Have you ever paused, truly paused, and listened? Not just to the obvious sounds of the world around you, but to the deeper, more subtle currents of communication that flow through the natural world. We're constantly bombarded by information, by the digital noise of our modern lives, that we often miss the intricate symphony playing out right in front of us. Nature, it turns out, is not silent. It's simply speaking a language, or rather, a multitude of languages that we haven't yet learned to fully understand. Think about it. Every rustle of leaves, every chirp of a cricket, every shift in the wind carries a message. These aren't just random occurrences. They're part of a complex web of interactions, a constant exchange of information that shapes the world around us. For millennia, humans lived in much closer proximity to nature, relying on their ability to read these signs for survival. They understood the language of the forest, the whispers of the wind, the warnings in the cries of birds. But as we've become increasingly distanced from the natural world, we've largely lost this innate ability. But what if we could relearn it? What if we could crack the code, so to speak, and begin to decipher the hidden languages of nature? That's the journey we're embarking on together. This isn't about learning a single, unified language, but rather about recognizing the diverse and often subtle ways in which different aspects of nature communicate. It's about opening our eyes and ears, sharpening our senses, and developing a deeper appreciation for the interconnectedness of all living things. Imagine the forest, for example. To the untrained ear, it might sound like a chaotic jumble of noises. But listen closely, and you'll begin to distinguish individual voices. The sharp alarm call of a jay warning of a predator, the gentle cooing of a dove signaling contentment, the buzzing of bees carrying pollen from flower to flower. Each sound has a meaning, a purpose. And when you start to understand these individual signals, the forest transforms from a place of noise into a vibrant tapestry of communication. But it's not just about sound. Nature communicates through a multitude of channels. Plants, for instance, use chemical signals to warn each other of impending danger or to attract beneficial insects. Fungi form vast underground networks, acting as a kind of internet for the forest, allowing trees to share resources and information. Animals use body language, scent markings, and even electrical signals to communicate with each other. Even the seemingly inanimate world speaks its own language. Rocks and minerals, for instance, can tell us about the Earth's past, about volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and the slow, inexorable forces of erosion. The patterns in tree rings reveal information about past climates, about droughts, floods, and periods of abundance. The ocean currents carry messages about global weather patterns, about the health of marine ecosystems, and about the impact of human activities. Learning to understand these languages requires a shift in perspective. It requires us to move beyond our human-centric view of the world and to recognize that we are just one small part of a much larger and more complex system. It requires us to be patient, observant, and open to the possibility that nature has much to teach us. This isn't just an academic exercise. Understanding the languages of nature has profound implications for our relationship with the planet. By learning to listen to the warnings in the cries of animals, we can better protect endangered species. By deciphering the chemical signals of plants, we can develop more sustainable agricultural practices. By reading the rhythms of the planet, we can better predict and prepare for the effects of climate change. The more we understand, the better equipped we are to protect the planet. But perhaps the most important benefit of learning to understand the languages of nature is the sense of connection that it fosters. When we begin to see the world as a living, breathing entity, constantly communicating and interacting, we develop a deeper sense of belonging. We realize that we are not separate from nature, but an integral part of it. This connection can be incredibly powerful, offering a sense of peace, wonder, and inspiration that is often lacking in our modern lives. By tuning into the symphony of nature, we can find solace in the rustling of leaves, wisdom in the flowing of rivers, and a sense of awe in the vastness of the night sky. The beauty is that nature is always talking. The problem is that we aren't always listening. In the coming episodes, we'll explore some of these hidden languages in more detail, delving into the fascinating world of animal communication, the secrets encoded in stone, the rhythms of the planet, and the intricate relationships between plants and animals. We'll learn how to read the signs of nature, how to interpret the subtle cues that reveal the inner workings of the natural world. So, get ready to open your mind, sharpen your senses, and prepare to be amazed. The world around you is far more complex, more interconnected, and more communicative than you ever imagined. And together, we'll begin to unlock its secrets. Let's awaken to the symphony and truly begin to listen. All right? Let's venture into the world of nature's silent communications, a realm where every rustle, chirp, and flash holds profound meaning. We're going to uncover the whispers of the wild, discovering the silent conversations of animals. Have you ever considered the possibility that animals are constantly exchanging information in ways we humans can scarcely comprehend? We often think of communication as involving spoken language, but in the natural world, a vast array of signals, visual, auditory, chemical, and tactile form intricate networks of interaction. It's a constant, ongoing dialogue, and once you start tuning in, the forest, the ocean, the very air around you crackles with untold stories. Take, for example, the humble prairie dog. These social rodents, found across the grasslands of North America, live in complex colonies known as towns. Within these towns, prairie dogs engage in a sophisticated system of alarm calls. But it's not just a simple danger cry. Research has shown that prairie dogs can actually describe the size, shape, and even color of approaching predators. They use subtle variations in their barks and chirps to convey incredibly specific information, allowing their fellow colony members to take appropriate evasive action. Imagine a verbal description of a hawk, detailed enough to warn others about its distinct markings, communicated in a series of high-pitched squeaks. Or consider the intricate dances of honeybees. When a forager bee discovers a new source of nectar, it returns to the hive and performs a waggle dance on the vertical surface of the honeycomb. This dance isn't just a random jig. It's a precise map encoded in movement. The angle of the waggle run indicates the direction of the food source relative to the sun, and the duration of the waggle communicates the distance. Other bees in the hive observe this dance and then fly directly to the newly discovered nectar, guided by the silent language of the waggle. It's like watching a living GPS system at work, a testament to the incredible cognitive abilities of these tiny creatures. But these visible and audible communications are just the tip of the iceberg. Many animals rely on chemical signals or pheromones to communicate across distances and even across generations. Moths, for instance, release pheromones to attract mates from miles away. These chemicals, imperceptible to humans, act as potent olfactory beacons, guiding males to females in the vastness of the night. Ants use pheromones to mark trails, guiding their fellow workers to food sources and back to the nest. When an ant discovers a tasty morsel, it lays down a trail of pheromones as it returns home. Other ants follow this trail, reinforcing it with their own pheromones as they go, creating a clear and easily navigable pathway. It's a chemical roadmap, constantly updated and maintained by the collective efforts of the colony in the marine world. Communication often takes on a visual form, especially in the vibrant ecosystems of coral reefs. Many fish species use color changes and intricate body patterns to signal aggression, courtship, or even to camouflage themselves against the reef. The flamboyant cuttlefish, for instance, is a master of disguise, capable of changing its skin color and texture in a matter of milliseconds to blend seamlessly with its surroundings or to send complex signals to potential mates or rivals. They essentially have a screen running all over their body, even seemingly simple interactions, like the grooming behavior of primates, can carry profound social significance. Grooming isn't just about hygiene. It's a way to build bonds, reinforce social hierarchies, and resolve conflicts within the group. The gentle picking and preening strengthens relationships and helps to maintain peace and harmony within the troop. It's like a silent language of touch, conveying affection, trust, and social cohesion. But what about communication that transcends the individual? Consider the phenomenon of flocking in birds or schooling in fish. These synchronized movements, often involving hundreds or even thousands of individuals, are a marvel of collective behavior. How do these animals coordinate their movements so precisely, avoiding collisions and maintaining perfect formation? The answer lies in a combination of visual cues and what scientists call local interactions. Each individual bird or fish monitors the movements of its immediate neighbors and adjusts its own position accordingly. This simple rule, applied across the entire group, results in complex and coordinated movements that appear almost choreographed. It's a beautiful example of emergent behavior, where complex patterns arise from the interaction of simple rules. The group is almost acting as a single organism, and it's not just about physical movements. Some animals seem to be able to communicate emotional states, like fear or excitement, to others in their group. Vervet monkeys, for example, have distinct alarm calls for different types of predators, legals, and snakes. When one monkey gives the leopard alarm call, the others immediately climb into the trees. When it gives the eagle alarm call, they look up into the sky. These calls aren't just warnings. They seem to convey a sense of urgency and fear, prompting the others to respond accordingly. Learning to interpret these silent conversations of animals can be a deeply rewarding experience. It requires patience, observation, and a willingness to look beyond our own human-centric view of the world. By paying attention to the subtle cues, the flick of an ear, the twitch of a tail, the scent in the air, we can begin to decipher the complex and fascinating language of nature. It requires us to be quiet, to listen, and to truly see the world around us. The whispers of the wild are all around us, waiting to be heard. All we need to do is open our ears, our eyes, and our minds to the incredible diversity and complexity of animal communication. It is a window into their world, a glimpse of their thoughts and feelings, and a testament to the interconnectedness of all living things. This, perhaps, is the closest we can get to talking with the animals. Imagine, if you will, a gigantic, partially molten rock body lurking several miles beneath the surface. This is the magma chamber, and in Yellowstone's case, it's not just one chamber, but rather a complex system of interconnected reservoirs, like a network of underground lakes filled with fiery, viscous goo. Now, let's be clear. It's not a hollowed-out cavern filled to the brim with lava like something out of a science fiction movie. It's far more complex than that. Think of it as a sponge saturated with molten rock, crystals, and dissolved gases. This mixture, this magma, is under immense pressure, constantly trying to find a way to relieve the stress. The size of this chamber is staggering. Scientific studies using seismic waves to see beneath the surface suggest that the upper magma reservoir beneath Yellowstone is large enough to hold over 200 cubic miles of molten rock. That's enough to bury the entire state of Rhode Island under several feet of magma. And that's just the upper reservoir. There is likely an even larger, deeper reservoir that could dwarf the upper one. What makes this magma so explosive? Well, it's all about the composition. Yellowstone's magma is rich in silica, which makes it very viscous. Think of it like honey compared to water. This thickness traps gases like water vapor, carbon dioxide, and sulfur dioxide. As magma rises closer to the surface, the pressure decreases, and these gases want to escape, much like the fizz in a soda bottle when you open it. The more viscous the magma, the harder it is for the gas to escape, leading to a buildup of immense pressure. This pressure is what ultimately drives the explosive power of a supereruption. When the pressure exceeds the strength of the surrounding rocks, some things gotta give. The crust fractures, creating pathways for the magma to ascend rapidly towards the surface. This rapid ascent causes even more gas to come out of solution, further increasing the pressure and accelerating the eruption. The plumbing system that feeds this magma chamber is just as complex and fascinating. It consists of a network of fractures, conduits, and pathways that connect the mantle plume deep below with the magma reservoirs closer to the surface. These pathways act like highways, allowing magma to flow upwards from the Earth's mantle, replenishing the magma chambers and fueling the volcanic system. Understanding this plumbing system is crucial for understanding how Yellowstone works and for assessing the potential for future eruptions. Scientists use a variety of techniques, including seismic imaging, to map the subsurface structure of Yellowstone and to track the movement of magma through the plumbing system. One of the most important things scientists monitor is ground deformation. Because the magma chamber is so large, any changes in the amount of magma beneath the surface can cause the ground to rise or fall. Scientists use GPS and satellite radar to track these subtle changes in elevation, providing valuable clues about. The activity of the magma chamber. Another important indicator is gas emissions. The gases released from Yellowstone's hydrothermal features, like geysers and hot springs, provide a window into the magma chamber below. By measuring the composition and flux of these gases, scientists can gain insights into the processes occurring within the magma chamber, such as the rate of magma recharge and the potential for future eruptions. Seismic activity is also closely monitored. Earthquakes are a common occurrence in Yellowstone, and while most of them are small and harmless, they can provide valuable information about the movement of magma and fluids beneath the surface. Changes in the frequency or intensity of earthquakes can be an indication that something is changing within the volcanic system. All this data ground deformation, gas emissions, seismic activities carefully analyzed and integrated to create a comprehensive picture of Yellowstone's volcanic activity. This information helps scientists to understand the current state of the system and to assess the potential for future eruptions. Now, it's important to remember that predicting volcanic eruptions is a very complex and challenging task. There is no foolproof way to know exactly when or how a supervolcano will erupt. But by carefully monitoring the Yellowstone system and by continuing to improve our understanding of volcanic processes, scientists can significantly reduce the risk of surprise and provide valuable warning time if an eruption is imminent. We've explored the processes that make Yellowstone such a unique and, let's be honest, somewhat daunting geological feature. Now let's consider the tangible, visible, and often quite stunning results of that geological activity. Yellowstone's hydrothermal features are perhaps the most iconic and mesmerizing aspect of the park. Geysers, hot springs, mud pots, and fumaroles. These are all manifestations of the intense heat and abundant water that circulate beneath the surface, driven by the underlying magma chamber. Think about it. Rainwater and snowmelt seep into the ground, percolating through porous rocks and fractures. As it descends, it encounters increasingly hotter temperatures, heated by the magma chamber below. This superheated water becomes incredibly buoyant and begins to rise back towards the surface, dissolving minerals from the surrounding rocks along the way. When this superheated water reaches a narrow vent or a constriction in the ground, it can erupt explosively as a geyser. Old Faithful is the world's most famous geyser, but Yellowstone is home to hundreds of others, each with its own unique characteristics and eruption patterns. The eruption intervals are dictated by a perfect storm of underground plumbing, water availability, and subterranean pressures. Hot springs, on the other hand, are formed when superheated water reaches the surface without erupting explosively. The water simply flows out of the ground, creating colorful pools that are often teeming with thermophilic bacteria, microorganisms that thrive in extreme temperatures. These bacteria give the hot springs their vibrant hues, ranging from brilliant blues and greens to fiery oranges and yellows. Mud pots are another fascinating type of hydrothermal feature. Formed when hot, acidic water mixes with clay and other fine-grained sediments. The resulting mixture creates a bubbling, gurgling mud that is often colored by various minerals. Fumaroles, or steam vents, are formed when superheated steam escapes from the ground. These vents can be incredibly hot, sometimes reaching temperatures of hundreds of degrees Fahrenheit. The steam often carries with it various gases, such as sulfur dioxide, which gives the fumaroles a characteristic rotten egg smell. These hydrothermal features aren't just visually stunning. They also play a crucial role in the Yellowstone ecosystem. The hot springs and geysers provide a unique habitat for thermophilic bacteria and other microorganisms, which form the base of a complex food web. The minerals dissolved in the hot water also provide essential nutrients for plants and animals. All right, let's tune into the Earth's heartbeat. In this section, we're turning our attention to something fundamental: the rhythms that dictate life on this planet. Forget the frenetic pace of modern life for a moment, and let's connect with the slower, deeper cycles that have shaped our world for billions of years. We're talking about Earth's natural cycles: the daily spin, the yearly orbit, and the grander, more subtle patterns that play out over millennia. Think about it. From the smallest microbe to the largest whale, every living thing on Earth is influenced by these cycles. They dictate when we sleep, when plants bloom, when animals migrate. Understanding these rhythms isn't just an intellectual exercise. It's about understanding the very fabric of life itself. First, the most obvious: the daily cycle. The sun rises. The sun sets. Day turns into night. It's so fundamental that we barely give it a second thought. But this cycle, driven by the Earth's rotation, is the foundation of the circadian rhythm, that internal clock that governs countless biological processes. Our bodies are finely tuned to this 24-hour cycle. Hormones fluctuate, body temperature rises and falls, and our sleep-wake patterns are all synchronized with the rising and setting of the sun. It's not just humans, either. Plants open their leaves during the day to capture sunlight and close them at night. Animals are active during specific times of the day or night, based on their prey and adaptations for survival. The daily cycle is truly the metronome of life. Next, we step up to the annual cycle, the rhythm of the seasons. The Earth's tilted axis, as it journeys around the sun, creates the seasons. summer, autumn, winter, spring. Each season brings its own unique set of conditions and challenges, and life adapts accordingly. Trees shed their leaves in the fall to conserve energy. During the cold winter months, animals hibernate or migrate to escape harsh conditions. Plants flower and fruit during the warm summer months. The seasons are a powerful force, shaping ecosystems and driving evolutionary adaptations. Beyond the daily and annual cycles, there are longer-term rhythms at play. Consider the lunar cycle, the roughly 29.5-day period it takes for the moon to orbit the Earth. The moon's gravitational pull creates tides, which have a profound impact on coastal ecosystems. Many marine animals, such as crabs and sea turtles, time their breeding cycles to coincide with the tides. The moon's gentle dance influences life in ways we are only beginning to fully understand. Then we move to even longer cycles, like the El Niño Southern Oscillation, or ENSO. This is a periodic variation in sea surface temperatures and atmospheric pressure across the tropical Pacific Ocean. El Niño events can cause dramatic shifts in weather patterns around the world, leading to droughts in some regions and floods in others. The effects are far-reaching, impacting agriculture, fisheries, and even human health. These events act as a global-scale pulse, impacting weather and ecological patterns thousands of miles away. And let's not forget about the Milankovitch cycles. These are long-term variations in the Earth's orbit and axial tilt that occur over tens of thousands of years. Milankovitch cycles influence the amount of solar radiation reaching different parts of the Earth, which can trigger ice ages and interglacial periods. These cycles, driven by celestial mechanics, are responsible for the dramatic shifts in climate that have shaped the Earth's history. These are just a few examples of the many natural cycles that govern our planet. But the key takeaway is this: these cycles are interconnected. They interact with each other in complex ways, creating a symphony of rhythms that shape the world around us. Understanding these rhythms is essential for predicting future changes. By studying past cycles, we can gain insights into how the Earth's climate and ecosystems might respond to future disturbances. For instance, understanding the El Niño cycle can help us prepare for potential droughts or floods. By learning the patterns of ocean oscillation, we can protect coastal infrastructure. However, there's a crucial factor to consider: human activity. Our actions are disrupting these natural cycles in unprecedented ways. The burning of fossil fuels is releasing greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, causing global warming and altering weather patterns. Deforestation is disrupting the water cycle and contributing to soil erosion. Pollution is contaminating our oceans and disrupting marine ecosystems. We have to understand that we are now players in this planetary dance, and our actions are having a profound effect. The challenge we face is to find ways to live in harmony with Earth's natural cycles. This requires a fundamental shift in our thinking. We need to move away from a linear model of resource extraction and consumption, and towards a circular economy that values sustainability. We need to reduce our carbon footprint, protect our forests, and clean up our oceans. It also requires a deeper appreciation for the interconnectedness of all things. We need to recognize that we are part of nature, not separate from it. Our health and well-being are inextricably linked to the health of the planet. By learning to listen to the Earth's rhythms, we can find ways to live more sustainably and create a more harmonious future for all. So, take a moment to step outside and observe the world around you. Pay attention to the changing seasons, the phases of the moon, the ebb and flow of the tides. Listen to the whispers of the wind and the rustling of the leaves. By connecting with these natural cycles, we can gain a deeper understanding of our place in the universe and find ways to live in harmony with the planet that sustains us. This is the knowledge that will guide us towards a more sustainable and thriving future. Okay, let's plunge into the mesmerizing world where science and nature create living light shows. We're diving deep into the realm of bioluminescence, a phenomenon that transforms creatures into shimmering beacons and illuminates the darkest corners of our planet. Prepare to be amazed by the secret language of light, spoken fluently by countless organisms, and the profound mysteries it unlocks in the depths of our oceans. What exactly is bioluminescence? Light by a living organism. Unlike incandescence, which generates light through heat, bioluminescence is a chemical reaction. Think of it as nature's own version of a light bulb, but one that operates with incredible efficiency and breathtaking beauty. The process typically involves a molecule called luciferin, an enzyme called luciferase, and oxygen, luciferase. The oxidation of luciferin, which releases energy in the form of light. The specific color of the light emitted depends on the chemical structure of the luciferin molecule and the specific enzymes involved. This results in a stunning array of colors, from the familiar greens and blues to rarer yellows, oranges, and even reds. But why do organisms bioluminesce? What's the purpose behind this radiant display? The answers are as diverse and fascinating as the creatures themselves. For some, it's a form of defense. Imagine being a small, vulnerable plankton in the vast ocean. A sudden flash of light can startle a predator, giving you a precious moment to escape. This burglar alarm effect is a common strategy among many marine organisms. For others, Bioluminescence is a powerful tool for attracting prey. The anglerfish, with its bioluminescent lure dangling seductively in front of its mouth, is a prime example. Unsuspecting creatures are drawn to the light only to become a meal for the patient predator. It's a deadly dance of attraction and deception played out in the inky blackness of the deep sea. And then there's communication. Bioluminescence can be used to signal potential mates, to coordinate group behaviors, or even to warn rivals. Certain species of fireflies, for example, use unique flashing patterns to attract mates of the same species. These elaborate light displays are a visual language, a courtship ritual written in the language of light. The ocean, particularly the deep sea, is the epicenter of bioluminescence. In these sunless depths, where darkness reigns supreme, light becomes an invaluable tool for survival. It's estimated that over 80% of deep-sea creatures are capable of bioluminescence, making it the most common form of communication and interaction in this alien environment. Fumaroles, or steam vents, are formed when superheated steam escapes from the ground. These vents can be incredibly hot, sometimes reaching temperatures of hundreds of degrees Fahrenheit. The steam often carries with it various gases, such as sulfur dioxide, which gives the fumaroles a characteristic rotten egg smell. These hydrothermal features aren't just visually stunning. They also play a crucial role in the Yellowstone ecosystem. The hot springs and geysers provide a unique habitat for thermophilic bacteria and other microorganisms, which form the base of a complex food web. The minerals dissolved in the hot water also provide essential nutrients for plants and animals. All right, let's tune in to the Earth's heartbeat. In this section, we're turning our attention to something fundamental: the rhythms that dictate life on this planet. Forget the frenetic pace of modern life for a moment, and let's connect with the slower, deeper cycles that have shaped our world for billions of years. We're talking about Earth's natural cycles: the daily spin, the yearly orbit, and the grander, more subtle patterns that play out over millennia. Think about it. From the smallest microbe to the largest whale, every living thing on Earth is influenced by these cycles. They dictate when we sleep, when plants bloom, when animals migrate. Understanding these rhythms isn't just an intellectual exercise. It's about understanding the very fabric of life itself. First, the most obvious, the daily cycle. The sun rises. The sun sets. Day turns into night. It's so fundamental that we barely give it a second thought. But this cycle, driven by the Earth's rotation, is the foundation of the circadian rhythm, that internal clock that governs countless biological processes. Our bodies are finely tuned to this 24-hour cycle. Hormones fluctuate, body temperature rises and falls, and our sleep-wake patterns are all synchronized with the rising and setting of the sun. It's not just humans, either. Plants open their leaves during the day to capture sunlight and close them at night. Animals are active during specific times of the day or night, based on their prey and adaptations for survival. The daily cycle is truly the metronome of life. Next, we step up to the annual cycle, the rhythm of the seasons. The Earth's tilted axis, as it journeys around the sun, creates the seasons. Summer, autumn, winter, spring. Each season brings its own unique set of conditions and challenges, and life adapts accordingly. Trees shed their leaves in the fall to conserve energy. During the cold winter months, animals hibernate or migrate to escape harsh conditions. Plants flower and fruit during the warm summer months. The seasons are a powerful force, shaping ecosystems and driving evolutionary adaptations beyond the daily and annual cycles. There are longer-term rhythms at play. Consider the lunar cycle, the roughly 29.5-day period it takes for the moon to orbit the Earth. The moon's gravitational pull creates tides, which have a profound impact on coastal ecosystems. Many marine animals, such as crabs and sea turtles, time their breeding cycles to coincide with the tides. The moon's gentle dance influences life in ways we are only beginning to fully understand. Then we move to even longer cycles, like the El Niño's Southern Oscillation, or ENSO. This is a periodic variation in sea surface temperatures and atmospheric pressure across the tropical Pacific Ocean. El Niño events can cause dramatic shifts in weather patterns around the world, leading to droughts in some regions and floods in others. The effects are far-reaching, impacting agriculture, fisheries, and even human health. These events act as a global-scale pulse, impacting weather and ecological patterns thousands of miles away. And let's not forget about the Milankovitch cycles. These are long-term variations in the Earth's orbit and axial tilt that occur over tens of thousands of years. Milankovitch cycles influence the amount of solar radiation reaching different parts of the Earth, which can trigger ice ages and interglacial periods. These cycles, driven by celestial mechanics, are responsible for the dramatic shifts in climate that have shaped the Earth's history. These are just a few examples of the many natural cycles that govern our planet. But the key takeaway is this: these cycles are interconnected. They interact with each other in complex ways, creating a symphony of rhythms that shape the world around us. Understanding these rhythms is essential for predicting future changes. By studying past cycles, we can gain insights into how the Earth's climate and ecosystems might respond to future disturbances. For instance, understanding the El Niño cycle can help us prepare for potential droughts or floods. By learning the patterns of ocean oscillation, we can protect coastal infrastructure. However, there's a crucial factor to consider: human activity. Our actions are disrupting these natural cycles in unprecedented ways. The burning of fossil fuels is releasing greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, causing global warming and altering weather patterns. Deforestation is disrupting the water cycle and contributing to soil erosion. Pollution is contaminating our oceans and disrupting marine ecosystems. We have to understand that we are now players in this planetary dance, and our actions are having a profound effect. The challenge we face is to find ways to live in harmony with Earth's natural cycles. This requires a fundamental shift in our thinking. We need to move away from a linear model of resource extraction and consumption and towards a circular economy that values sustainability. We need to reduce our carbon footprint, protect our forests, and clean up our oceans. It also requires a deeper appreciation for the interconnectedness of all things. We need to recognize that we are part of nature, not separate from it. Our health and well-being are inextricably linked to the health of the planet. By learning to listen to the Earth's rhythms, we can find ways to live more sustainably and create a more harmonious future for all. So, take a moment to step outside and observe the world around you. Pay attention to the changing seasons, the phases of the moon, the ebb and flow of the tides. Listen to the whispers of the wind and the rustling of the leaves. By connecting with these natural cycles, we can gain a deeper understanding of our place in the universe and find ways to live in harmony with the planet that sustains us. This is the knowledge that will guide us towards a more sustainable and thriving future. Okay? Let's plunge into the mesmerizing world where science and nature create living light shows. We're diving deep into the realm of bioluminescence, a phenomenon that transforms creatures into shimmering beacons and illuminates the darkest corners of our planet. Prepare to be amazed by the secret language of light, spoken fluently by countless organisms, and the profound mysteries it unlocks in the depths of our oceans. What exactly is bioluminescence? Simply put, it's the production and emission of light by a living organism. Unlike incandescence, which generates light through heat, bioluminescence is a chemical reaction. Think of it as nature's own version of a light bulb, but one that operates with incredible efficiency and breathtaking beauty. The process typically involves a molecule called luciferin, an enzyme called luciferase, and oxygen. luciferase catalyzes the oxidation of luciferin, which releases energy in the form of light. The specific color of the light emitted depends on the chemical structure of the luciferian molecule and the specific enzymes involved. This results in a stunning array of colors, from the familiar greens and blues to rarer yellows, oranges, and even reds. But why do organisms bioluminesce? What's the purpose behind this radiant display? The answers are as diverse and fascinating as the creatures themselves. For some, it's a form of defense. Imagine being a small, vulnerable plankton in the vast ocean. A sudden flash of light can startle a predator, giving you a precious moment to escape. This burglar alarm effect is a common strategy among many marine organisms. For others, bioluminescence is a powerful tool for attracting prey. The anglerfish, with its bioluminescent lure dangling seductively in front of its mouth, is a prime example. Unsuspecting creatures are drawn to the light, only to become a meal for the patient predator. It's a deadly dance of attraction and deception, played out in the inky blackness of the deep sea. And then there's communication. Bioluminescence can be used to signal potential mates, to coordinate group behaviors, or even to warn rivals. Certain species of fireflies, for example, use unique flashing patterns to attract mates of the same species. These elaborate light displays are a visual language, a courtship ritual written in the language of light. The ocean, particularly the deep sea, is the epicenter of bioluminescence. In these sunless depths, where darkness reigns supreme, light becomes an invaluable tool for survival. It's estimated that over 80% of deep-sea creatures are capable of bioluminescence, making it the most common form of communication and interaction in this alien environment. Consider the mesmerizing displays of the deep-sea jellyfish. These gelatinous creatures drift through the water, pulsating with ethereal light. Some use their bioluminescence to attract prey, while others use it to confuse predators with dazzling flashes and patterns. Then there are the bioluminescent bacteria. These tiny organisms are often found living in symbiotic relationships with other marine creatures. Some fish, for example, have light organs filled with bioluminescent bacteria, which they use for camouflage or communication. The bacteria provide the light, and the fish provide the bacteria with a safe haven and a constant supply of nutrients. One of the most spectacular examples of bioluminescence is the Milky Seas phenomenon. This occurs when vast numbers of bioluminescent bacteria congregate in the ocean, creating a widespread, shimmering glow that can be seen from space. These events are rare and poorly understood, but they are a testament to the sheer power and abundance of bioluminescence in our oceans. But the wonders of bioluminescence aren't confined to the ocean. Fireflies, as we mentioned, are perhaps the most well-known terrestrial example. These charming insects light up summer nights with their captivating displays, creating a magical ambience in forests and meadows around the world. Certain species of fungi also exhibit bioluminescence, illuminating forest floors with an eerie, otherworldly glow. These foxfire fungi often grow on decaying wood, and their bioluminescence is thought to attract insects that help to disperse their spores. Even some terrestrial invertebrates, such as glowworms and centipedes, are capable of bioluminescence. These creatures use their light to attract mates, deter predators, or simply to navigate in the dark. The study of bioluminescence has far-reaching implications. Beyond our understanding of the natural world, scientists are now exploring the potential applications of bioluminescent proteins in a variety of fields, including medicine, environmental monitoring, and biotechnology. For example, bioluminescent imaging is being used to track the spread of cancer cells, to monitor gene expression, and to develop new diagnostic tools. Bioluminescent sensors are being used to detect pollutants in water and to assess the health of ecosystems. The potential of bioluminescence is truly limitless. By harnessing the power of nature's own light, we can develop new technologies that are both efficient and environmentally friendly. As we continue to explore the mysteries of bioluminescence, we are sure to uncover even more surprising and beneficial applications. So, the next time you see a firefly twinkling in the night sky, or learn about some newly discovered creature from the deep, remember the incredible phenomenon of bioluminescence. It's a reminder of the boundless creativity of nature, the interconnectedness of all living things, and the power of light to illuminate the darkest corners of our world. The language of light is a universal one, spoken by creatures great and small, from the depths of the ocean to the forests and fields of our planet. It's a language that continues to inspire, to intrigue, and to remind us of the magic that surrounds us every day. And it underscores the fact that even in the deepest darkness, life finds a way to shine. All right, let's dive into the world of symbiotic partnerships. It's a realm where nature's ingenuity truly shines, where cooperation trumps competition, and where survival often hinges on the strength of interconnectedness. We often think of the natural world as a brutal struggle for existence, a Darwinian battle where only the fittest survive. And while that's certainly a part of the picture, it's only a fraction of the story. Scratch beneath the surface, and you'll find a tapestry of intricate relationships. Partnerships that blur the lines between predator and prey, plant and animal, individual and community. Symbiosis, at its core, simply means living together. But the beauty lies in the diverse forms these living arrangements can take. It's not just about organisms sharing space, it's about them sharing resources, exchanging services, and, in many cases, depending on each other for survival. These relationships can be as intimate as a bacterium living inside a cell, or as expansive as an entire forest ecosystem. Let's start with one of the most iconic examples: the relationship between clownfish and sea anemones. This is a classic case of mutualism, a symbiotic relationship where both organisms benefit. The clownfish, with its vibrant colors and playful antics, is seemingly an easy target for predators. Yet, it fearlessly darts in and out the venomous tentacles of the sea anemone. How? Clownfish are covered in a layer of mucus that protects them from the anemone's stinging cells. In return for this safe haven, the clownfish provides the anemone with several benefits. It cleans the anemone, removing parasites and algae. It also defends the anemone from certain fish that might try to eat it. And, perhaps surprisingly, the clownfish's waste products provide nutrients for the anemone. It's a win-win situation, a testament to the power of cooperative living in a harsh marine environment. Now, let's venture onto land and explore the fascinating world of mycorrhizae. This is where things get truly interconnected. Literally, mycorrhizae are symbiotic associations between fungi and the roots of plants. In essence, the fungal hyphae, those thread-like filaments that make up the fungal body, intertwine with the plant roots, forming a vast underground network. This network acts as an extension of the plant's root system, allowing it to access water and nutrients, particularly phosphorus and nitrogen, from a much wider area of soil. The fungi, in turn, receive carbohydrates, sugars produced by the plant through photosynthesis. It's a remarkable exchange of resources that benefits both partners immensely. But the story doesn't end there. Mycorrhizal networks, often referred to as the Wood Wide Web, can connect multiple plants together, allowing them to communicate and share resources. Imagine a forest where trees are not just individual entities, but are interconnected through this vast fungal network. A tree under attack by insects can send warning signals through the mycorrhizae to neighboring trees, alerting them to the danger. Trees can also share nutrients with each other, supporting weaker or younger trees. It's a system of incredible complexity and cooperation, a reminder that even in the seemingly solitary world of plants, there is a deep sense of community. Of course, not all symbiotic relationships are mutually beneficial. Parasitism is a form of symbiosis where one organism, the parasite, benefits at the expense of the other, the host. Think of ticks feeding on the blood of mammals, or tapeworms living in the intestines of animals. These relationships are often viewed as negative, even cruel. But parasitism plays a crucial role in ecosystems, regulating populations and driving evolutionary change. Parasites can weaken their hosts, making them more vulnerable to predators or disease, thereby preventing any one species from dominating an ecosystem. They also exert selective pressure on their hosts, driving them to evolve defenses against parasitic infection. Then there's commensalism, a relationship where one organism benefits and the other is neither harmed nor helped. This is perhaps the most subtle form of symbiosis, and it can be difficult to detect. One example is the relationship between barnacles and whales. Barnacles attach themselves to the skin of whales, gaining a free ride through the ocean. The whale is generally unaffected by the presence of the barnacles, although a heavy infestation could potentially cause some minor irritation. Epiphytes, plants that grow on other plants, offer another example. They benefit through increased exposure to sun or improved accessibility to moisture and nutrients carried by the wind or water flowing down the host plant. The host plant itself is generally unharmed, though its direct access to sunlight could be diminished if there's a heavy amount of epiphytes. What's fascinating about symbiotic partnerships is their diversity and adaptability. They evolve over time, shaped by the specific ecological pressures of their environment. A relationship that starts as parasitic can evolve into a mutualistic one, and vice versa. The lines between these categories are often blurred, and the reality is often more complex than our simple classifications suggest. Take, for instance, the relationship between certain species of ants and aphids. Aphids are small insects that feed on plant sap. They secrete a sugary substance called honeydew, which ants find irresistible. Ants will often protect aphids from predators, such as ladybugs, in exchange for access to this honeydew. In some cases, the relationship is mutually beneficial. The ants get food, and the aphids get protection. However, in other cases, the ants can become overly protective, preventing the aphids from dispersing to new plants, essentially turning them into captive livestock. The relationship then becomes more parasitic from the aphid's perspective. Studying symbiotic partnerships offers valuable insights into the interconnectedness of life and the importance of cooperation in nature. They challenge our preconceived notions about competition and highlight the power of mutualism in shaping ecosystems. By understanding these relationships, we can gain a deeper appreciation for the complexity and resilience of the natural world and the importance of protecting biodiversity. And as we continue to explore the secrets of nature, we might find that the most successful species aren't always the strongest or the most aggressive, but those that have learned to cooperate and form mutually beneficial partnerships. It's a lesson that has profound implications for our own society, reminding us that collaboration and interconnectedness are essential for building a sustainable future. Imagine walking through a forest, a silent world of green. But what if I told you that this silence is an illusion? That the trees, the shrubs, the very grass beneath your feet are engaged in a complex conversation, a dialogue conducted not in words but in chemicals. This is the secret language of plants, a world of subtle signals, warnings whispered on the wind, and alliances forged in the soil. For centuries, we've viewed plants as passive organisms, rooted to the spot and at the mercy of their environment. But recent scientific discoveries have revealed a far more dynamic and sophisticated picture. Plants aren't just sitting there, soaking up sunlight and water. They're actively communicating with each other, defending themselves against threats, and even manipulating their surroundings, all through the release and detection of volatile organic compounds, or VOCs. Think of VOS, CE, as the words in a plant's chemical vocabulary. These are airborne molecules released from leaves, stems, roots, and even flowers, each carrying a specific message. Some VOCs are general alarm signals broadcast to warn neighboring plants of impending danger. Others are more targeted, attracting beneficial insects that can help defend against pests. And still, others are used to suppress the growth of competitors, or even to alter the behavior of animals. One of the most fascinating examples of plant communication involves defense against herbivores. When a plant is attacked by insects, it doesn't just sit there and get eaten. It responds, often by releasing a blend of VOCs that attract predatory insects, like wasps that prey on the herbivores. It's like a plant sending out a distress call, summoning its own personal bodyguards. But the story doesn't end there. Scientists have discovered that neighboring plants, upon receiving these airborne warnings, can prime their own defenses, becoming more resistant to attack. It's as if they've been vaccinated against the impending threat. This phenomenon, known as plant-to-plant communication, demonstrates the remarkable ability of plants to learn from their neighbors and to prepare for future challenges. Take, for example, the case of the sagebrush plant and the wild tobacco plant. Researchers have found that when sagebrush is attacked by herbivores, it releases a volatile compound called methyl jasmonate. This compound acts as an airborne warning signal, alerting nearby wild tobacco plants to the presence of danger. In response, the tobacco plants begin producing their own defensive compounds, making themselves less palatable to herbivores. This sophisticated communication system allows the tobacco plants to anticipate the arrival of pests and to protect themselves from attack. The language of plants isn't limited to warnings about herbivores. Plants also use VOCs to attract pollinators, to deter pathogens, and even to communicate with the soil microbiome, the complex community of bacteria and fungi that live in the soil around their roots. Consider the case of orchids. These beautiful flowers rely on insects for pollination, but they often face stiff competition from other flowering plants. To attract the right pollinators, orchids have evolved to produce incredibly complex blends of VOCs, mimicking the scents of female insects, or even the pheromones of potential mates. This deception lures male insects to the flowers, where they unknowingly pick up pollen and transfer it to other orchids. The communication between plants and the soil microbiome is equally fascinating. Plants release VOCs from their roots that attract beneficial bacteria and fungi, which in turn help the plants to absorb nutrients, resist disease, and tolerate stress. In essence, plants are cultivating their own underground support system, using chemical signals to recruit and manage their microbial allies. One striking example is the relationship between trees and mycorrhizal fungi. These fungi form symbiotic associations with tree roots, extending their reach into the soil and increasing the plant's ability to absorb water and nutrients. In exchange, the trees provide the fungi with sugars produced through photosynthesis. This mutually beneficial relationship is mediated by chemical signals, with the trees releasing VOCs that attract the fungi and the fungi producing compounds that stimulate plant growth. But the chemical tongues of plants aren't just used for communication and defense. They also play a crucial role in shaping the environment around them. Plants release VOCs that can influence the growth of other plants, alter the composition of the soil, and even affect the climate. For example, some plants release allelochemicals, compounds that inhibit the growth of nearby plants. This is a form of chemical warfare, allowing the plants to outcompete their neighbors for resources like sunlight, water, and nutrients. Allelopathy is common in many ecosystems, from forests to grasslands, and it plays a significant role in determining the distribution and abundance of plant species. Plants also release VOCs that can influence the formation of clouds and rainfall. Certain compounds, such as isoprene, can act as cloud condensation nuclei, providing a surface for water vapor to condense upon. This can lead to increased cloud formation and in some cases, to higher rainfall. As a result, forests can actually create their own weather, influencing the climate on a regional scale. The discovery of the chemical language of plants has revolutionized our understanding of the natural world. It's revealed a hidden dimension of communication and interaction, a world of subtle signals and complex relationships that we are only beginning to understand as we continue to unravel the secrets of plant communication. We are gaining new insights into the resilience and adaptability of ecosystems. We are learning how plants respond to stress, how they defend themselves against threats, and how they interact with each other and with the environment around them. This knowledge has important implications for agriculture, conservation, and even human health. By understanding the chemical language of plants, we can develop more sustainable farming practices, protect endangered ecosystems, and discover new sources of medicines and other valuable compounds. So, the next time you walk through a forest or a garden, take a moment to appreciate the silent symphony of chemical signals that surrounds you. Remember that the plants are not just passive observers, but active participants in a complex and dynamic world. They are communicating, defending, and shaping their environment, all through the power of their chemical tongues. The green world is far more talkative than we ever imagined, all right. Everyone, let's turn our attention to a less fiery, but equally fascinating aspect of nature's language: the migratory paths of animals. For centuries, humans have watched in awe as creatures great and small embark on incredible journeys, often spanning vast distances and facing seemingly insurmountable odds. But what drives these migrations? How do animals navigate? And what can we learn from interpreting these ancient routes? Migration, at its core, is a response to changing environmental conditions. It's a survival strategy, a way for animals to access resources that are only available in certain locations or at certain times of the year. Think about it. Many regions experience dramatic seasonal shifts in temperature, rainfall, and food availability. For animals that are not equipped to withstand these changes, migration offers a lifeline. It allows them to escape harsh winters, follow the growth of vegetation, or access breeding grounds that provide optimal conditions for raising their young. But migration isn't just a simple matter of moving from one place to another. It's a complex and often perilous undertaking that requires specialized adaptations, sophisticated navigation skills, and an unwavering commitment to the journey. Many animals travel thousands of miles, crossing oceans, deserts, and mountain ranges, all while facing predators, starvation, and exhaustion. It's a testament to the incredible resilience and determination of the natural world. So, how do animals navigate these long and challenging journeys? Well, the answer is multifaceted and varies depending on the species. Some animals, like birds, rely on a combination of celestial cues, such as the position of the sun and stars, to maintain their course. They possess an internal compass that allows them to orient themselves relative to these celestial bodies, even when they're hidden behind clouds. Other animals, like sea turtles, use magnetic fields to navigate. They have specialized cells in their brains that can detect the Earth's magnetic field, allowing them to determine their location and direction. This magnetic sense is so precise that sea turtles can return to the same nesting beaches year after year, even after spending years foraging in distant waters. Still, other animals rely on landmarks, scent trails, or even social cues to guide their migrations. Salmon, for example, use their sense of smell to navigate back to the same rivers and streams where they were born. They can detect subtle chemical differences in the water, allowing them to trace their way upstream to their spawning grounds. But beyond the mechanics of navigation, migratory paths often reveal deeper ecological stories. By studying these routes, we can gain insights into the historical distribution of species, the impact of climate change on animal movements, and the interconnectedness of ecosystems across vast landscapes. For example, changes in migratory patterns can be an early warning sign of environmental stress. If animals are forced to alter their routes or shorten their migrations due to habitat loss or climate change, it can have cascading effects throughout the food web. Consider the Arctic tern, a small seabird that undertakes the longest migration of any animal, traveling from its breeding grounds in the Arctic to its wintering grounds in the Antarctic and back again each year. This incredible journey covers a distance of over 70,000 kilometers, and it exposes the tern to a wide range of environmental challenges. By tracking the movements of Arctic terns, scientists can monitor the health of both Arctic and Antarctic ecosystems and assess the impacts of climate change on these remote regions. Or take the monarch butterfly, another iconic migratory species. Monarchs undertake a multi-generational migration from Canada and the United States to their overwintering sites in the mountains of central Mexico. This journey is fraught with peril as monarchs face habitat loss, pesticide exposure, and extreme weather events. By studying the migratory routes of monarchs and the factors that threaten their survival, we can develop conservation strategies to protect this beloved species and the ecosystems it relies on. And it's not just about the individual species. Understanding migratory routes helps us grasp the bigger picture of ecological connectivity. Many migratory animals play crucial roles in the ecosystems they inhabit, transporting nutrients dispersing seeds, and controlling populations of other species. Their movements link together disparate habitats, creating a web of interdependence that spans continents. When migratory routes are disrupted, it can have far-reaching consequences for entire ecosystems. So, how can we interpret these ancient roots and unlock the secrets they hold? Well, scientists use a variety of techniques to track animal movements, including GPS tracking, satellite telemetry, and radio tagging. These technologies allow us to follow individual animals as they embark on their migrations, recording their locations, altitudes, and even their physiological states. In addition to tracking individual animals, scientists also use genetic analysis to study the population structure and evolutionary history of migratory species. By comparing the DNA of animals from different locations, we can determine where they originated, how they are related to one another, and how their populations have changed over time. But perhaps the most important tool for interpreting migratory paths is simply careful observation. By paying attention to the details of animal behavior, habitat use, and environmental conditions, we can gain a deeper understanding of the factors that drive migration and the challenges that animals face. Along the way, ultimately, following the migratory paths of animals is a journey into the heart of nature's wisdom. It's a chance to witness the incredible adaptations, navigational skills, and ecological connections that make migration one of the most awe-inspiring phenomena on Earth. And it's a reminder that we are all interconnected, that the health of our planet depends on our ability to understand and protect the ancient root that sustain life across the globe. By listening to the language of migration, we can gain a deeper appreciation for the complexity and beauty of the natural world, and find new ways to safeguard its future. All right, let's dive into how the Earth itself tells the story of climate change. It's a fascinating tale whispered in the language of ice, etched in the rings of trees, and surging through the currents of our oceans. These aren't just pretty landscapes. They're living archives, meticulously recording the planet's environmental history. First, let's head to the frozen realms. Ice, in all its forms, is a phenomenal climate recorder. Glaciers, ice sheets, and ice cores hold centuries, even millennia, of information about past temperatures, atmospheric composition, and precipitation patterns. Think of glaciers as giant, slow-moving rivers of ice. As snow accumulates and compacts over time, it transforms into dense glacial ice. Within this ice, tiny bubbles of air are trapped, effectively preserving snapshots of the atmosphere from the time the snow fell. Scientists drill deep into these glaciers and ice sheets, extracting ice cores, long cylinders of ice that represent a chronological record of the past. We can directly measure the concentration of greenhouse gases, such as carbon dioxide and methane, that were present in the atmosphere hundreds or even thousands of years ago. It's like taking a time machine back to the past and sampling the air. But it's not just the air bubbles that tell the story. The ice itself contains valuable information. The ratio of different isotopes of oxygen and hydrogen in the ice can reveal past temperatures. Isotopes are variants of an element with slightly different atomic weights. Heavier isotopes tend to evaporate less readily than lighter isotopes, so during warmer periods, the ice will contain a higher proportion of heavier isotopes. By analyzing these isotopic ratios, scientists can reconstruct past temperature fluctuations with remarkable accuracy, and the story doesn't end there. Ice cores can also contain particles of volcanic ash, dust, and even pollen grains, providing clues about past volcanic eruptions, wind patterns, and vegetation changes. Each layer of ice acts as a page in Earth's climate diary, revealing a wealth of information about the planet's past. Now, let's leave the icy landscapes and journey to the forests, where trees stand as silent witnesses to the passage of time. Trees, through their annual growth rings, provide another incredibly valuable record of past climate conditions. Each year, a tree adds a new layer of wood to its trunk, forming a distinct ring. The width of these rings is influenced by environmental factors such as temperature, rainfall, and sunlight. In years with favorable growing conditions, the rings will be wider, while in years with harsh conditions, the rings will be narrower. By analyzing the patterns of tree rings, a field known as dendrochronology, scientists can reconstruct past climate variations with annual precision. It's like reading a tree's life story, year by year, and learning about the environmental challenges and opportunities it faced. But tree rings can tell us more than just about temperature and rainfall. They can also provide information about past droughts, forest fires, and insect outbreaks. For example, narrow rings clustered together might indicate a prolonged drought, while fire scars on the rings can reveal the occurrence of past wildfires. And the chemical composition of the wood itself can also provide clues about past environmental conditions, such as pollution levels and soil nutrient availability. What's truly remarkable is the ability to cross-reference tree ring data from different regions to create long-term climate reconstructions that span centuries, even millennia. By overlapping the ring patterns of living trees with those of dead trees and even fossilized wood, scientists can extend these climate records far into the past, providing a valuable context for understanding current climate change. Finally, let's turn our attention to the oceans, the vast blue expanse that covers over 70% of our planet. The oceans play a crucial role in regulating Earth's climate, absorbing heat and carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and distributing them around the globe through complex currents. And just like ice and trees, the oceans hold valuable clues about past climate changes. One of the most important sources of information about past ocean conditions comes from marine sediments. These sediments, which accumulate on the ocean floor over millions of years, contain the remains of microscopic marine organisms such as pheromonophora and diatoms. The shells of these organisms are made of calcium carbonate, and the isotopic composition of the calcium carbonate can provide information about past ocean temperatures and salinity. Different species of marine organisms also thrive in different temperature ranges. So the presence or absence of certain species in the sediment layers can also provide clues about past ocean conditions. And like ice cores, marine sediments can also contain particles of dust, pollen, and volcanic ash, providing information about past atmospheric conditions and land-based events. Ocean currents also play a critical role in climate regulation, and their behavior can be reconstructed using a variety of methods. For example, the distribution of certain types of sediments on the ocean floor can reveal the pathways of past currents, while the isotopic composition of seawater can provide information about past ocean circulation patterns. By combining information from ice cores, tree rings, and ocean sediments, scientists can create a comprehensive picture of past climate changes and understand the complex interactions between the atmosphere, the land, and the oceans. And this understanding is crucial for predicting future climate change and developing strategies to mitigate its impacts. The Earth speaks if we listen. These natural archives provide irrefutable evidence of a changing climate, a change happening faster than any seen in recent history. The language of ice, trees, and oceans is clear. Are we ready to understand? Welcome back, fellow nature enthusiasts. Today, we're swapping our geological hammers for something a bit lighter: seeds. We're diving headfirst into the wonderfully weird world of seed dispersal, nature's ingenious solution for plant migration and survival. Forget human travel. These plants have mastered the art of hitchhiking, launching, and even bribing their way across the landscape. Seed dispersal, in its simplest form, is the movement or transport of seeds away from the parent plant. Now, you might be thinking, why bother? Why not just drop the seeds right there? Well, imagine living in a tiny apartment where everyone is constantly competing for the same resources: sunlight, water, nutrients. It's a recipe for overcrowding and disaster. Seed dispersal is nature's way of preventing this, giving offspring a chance to thrive in new, less competitive environments. It also promotes genetic diversity, reduces the risk of disease outbreaks, and allows plants to colonize new territories. In essence, it's the plant kingdom's version of strategic relocation. The methods plants use to achieve this dispersal are truly remarkable. Testament to the power of evolution and adaptation. They've enlisted the help of wind, water, animals. Let's start with one of the most iconic and widespread methods, anemochory, or wind dispersal. Think of the humble dandelion, its fluffy seed head, a familiar sight in meadows and gardens. Each seed is attached to a delicate, parachute-like structure called a pappus. These pappi act like tiny sails, catching the breeze and carrying the seeds aloft. It's a beautifully simple, yet incredibly effective strategy, allowing dandelions to colonize disturbed ground and spread rapidly. But dandelions aren't the only wind travelers. Maple trees, with their characteristic winged seeds known as samaras, are masters of aerodynamic flight. As the samara falls, its wing causes it to spin like a helicopter, slowing its descent and allowing the wind to carry it further away from the parent tree. Cottonwood trees release their seeds encased in fluffy, cotton-like fibers, creating miniature blizzards that can travel for miles. Orchid seeds, some of the smallest seeds in the world, are so light that they can be carried vast distances by even the gentlest breeze. Sometimes, even reaching new continents. The effectiveness of wind dispersal depends on a variety of factors, including the seed's size, shape, and weight, as well as the prevailing wind conditions. Plants that rely on wind dispersal often produce enormous numbers of seeds, betting on the odds that at least a few will land in suitable locations. It's a bit like throwing 1,000 darts and hoping one hits the bullseye. Next up, let's explore hydrochory, or water dispersal. This method is particularly common in aquatic plants and those that grow near bodies of water. Coconut palms are perhaps the most famous example of water dispersal. Their large, buoyant fruits are perfectly designed to float long distances across the ocean, allowing them to colonize remote islands and coastlines. The coconut's thick husk provides both buoyancy and protection for the seed inside, ensuring its survival during its watery journey. Mangrove trees, which thrive in coastal environments, also rely heavily on water dispersal. Their seeds germinate while still attached to the parent tree, forming long, pencil-like seedlings called propagules. These propagules eventually detach and float away, often getting lodged in the mudflats of distant shores, where they can take root and establish new mangrove forests. Even plants that don't grow directly in water can benefit from a hydrocory. Seeds that fall into rivers or streams can be carried downstream, dispersing to new locations along the riverbanks. The water acts as a conveyor belt, transporting the seeds to potentially fertile areas. But perhaps the most fascinating and diverse method of seed dispersal is zookery, or animal dispersal. Plants have evolved a wide range of strategies to entice animals to carry their seeds, often rewarding them with tasty fruits or other incentives. This is where things get really interesting and sometimes downright bizarre. There are two main types of zookery: endozookery and epozookery. Endozookery involves animals eating the fruits and seeds, with the seeds passing through their digestive systems and being deposited elsewhere in their feces. Think of birds eating berries and then planting the seeds in new locations as they fly around, or squirrels burying acorns for later consumption, only to forget where they buried some of them. Effectively planting oak trees, plants that rely on endozookery often produce brightly colored, fleshy fruits that are attractive to animals. The fruits are typically rich in sugars and other nutrients, providing a valuable food source for the animal. The seeds themselves are often protected by a hard outer coating that allows them to survive the digestive process. Some seeds even require passage through an animal's gut to germinate properly, a process known as scarification. The digestive acids weaken the seed coat, making it easier for the seed to sprout. It's a win-win situation. The animal gets a meal, and the plant gets its seeds dispersed. Epizookery, on the other hand, involves seeds attaching themselves to an animal's fur or feathers and being carried away. Burrs, with their tiny hooks and barbs, are a classic example of this. They cling tenaciously to passing animals, hitching a ride to new locations. Sandburrs are the bane of many a hiker and pet owner, a testament to their effectiveness as dispersal agents. But it's not just burrs that use this strategy. Some plants produce sticky seeds that adhere to animals' bodies. Others have seeds with tiny spines or hairs that catch on fur or feathers. The animals may eventually groom themselves, dislodging the seeds, or the seeds may simply fall off as the animal moves through the environment. And then there are the truly specialized forms of zookery. Some plants, for example, rely on ants to disperse their seeds. These plants produce seeds with a nutritious, oil-rich appendage called an elaiosom. Ants are attracted to the elaiosom and carry the seeds back to their nests. After consuming the elaiosom, the ants discard the seeds, effectively planting them in a nutrient-rich environment. Finally, let's not forget about autocry, or self-dispersal. Some plants have evolved ingenious mechanisms to launch their seeds away from the parent plant without the help of wind, water, or animals. The squirting cucumber, for example, builds up pressure inside its fruit and then forcefully ejects its seeds when ripe, sending them flying several feet away. Impatiens, also known as touch-me-nots, have seed pods that explode when touched, scattering their seeds in all directions. It's a dramatic and effective way to disperse seeds in the immediate vicinity. The world of seed dispersal is a complex and fascinating one, showcasing the incredible diversity and adaptability of the plant kingdom. From the fluffy seeds of dandelions to the explosive seed pods of impatiens, plants have evolved a remarkable array of strategies to ensure the survival and dispersal of their offspring. So, the next time you see a seed, take a moment to appreciate the journey it has taken and the ingenious mechanisms that have carried it to its destination. It's a testament to the power of nature's secret language, a language written in wind, water, fur, and even a little bit of explosive force. All right, let's dive into the vibrant, bustling, underwater cities that are coral reefs. Forget the image of silent, static rocks beneath the waves. Coral reefs are anything but quiet. They're teeming with life, constantly communicating, competing, and collaborating in a symphony of signals. Think of it as the internet, but underwater and powered by the sun. But how does this underwater internet actually work? Well, it starts with the corals themselves. These aren't plants, as many people think, but rather tiny animals called polyps. Each polyp secretes a hard calcium carbonate skeleton, which over time builds up to form the complex structures we recognize as coral reefs. Now, these polyps aren't solitary creatures. They live in colonies, working together like a well-oiled machine. And it's this collaborative effort that allows them to create these massive underwater ecosystems. The key to understanding coral communication lies in symbiosis, a mutually beneficial relationship with microscopic algae called zooxanthellae. These algae live within the coral tissues and provide the coral with energy through photosynthesis. In return, the coral provides the algae with a safe home and essential nutrients. It's a win-win situation. This symbiotic relationship isn't just about energy. It's also about color. The vibrant hues of coral reefs come from the pigments within the zooxanthellae. When corals are stressed due to rising temperatures or pollution, they expel the zooxanthellae, leading to coral bleaching. This bleaching is essentially a distress signal, a visual cry for help indicating that the reef is under severe pressure. And it's a signal that can be seen from space, highlighting the scale of the problem. But the language of coral reefs goes far beyond visual cues. Corals also communicate chemically. They release a variety of chemicals into the water, signaling to each other and to other marine organisms. These chemical signals can be used to attract mates, defend against predators, or even warn neighboring corals of impending danger. Think of a coral under attack by a crown of thorns starfish. It doesn't just sit there and take it. It releases a chemical signal that alerts other corals in the vicinity, prompting them to produce defensive compounds. It's like a marine early warning system, alerting the entire community to a potential threat. And it's not just corals talking to corals. The reef is a melting pot of different species, each with its own unique way of communicating. Fish use a combination of visual displays, sounds, and chemical signals to communicate with each other. They use these signals to establish territories, attract mates, and coordinate hunting efforts. Consider the cleaner wrasse, a small fish that provides a vital service by removing parasites from other fish. It advertises its services with a distinctive dance, attracting larger fish to its cleaning station. It's a business transaction, but it's also a form of communication, a clear signal of intent and availability. Even the seemingly simple act of a fish changing color can be a form of communication. Many reef fish can rapidly change their coloration to signal aggression, submission, or even to blend in with their surroundings. It's like a living mood ring, reflecting the fish's emotional state and intentions. The sounds of the reef are also incredibly important. While we can't hear them directly, underwater microphones reveal a constant cacophony of clicks, grunts, and pops. These sounds are produced by a variety of organisms, including fish, crustaceans, and even corals. They use these sounds to attract mates, defend territories, and navigate their surroundings. Baby fish, for example, use the sounds of healthy reefs to find their way home. They're attracted to the vibrant soundscape of a thriving ecosystem, guiding them to suitable habitats. This is why damaged reefs, which are often quieter, struggle to attract new recruits, hindering their recovery. And it's not just about the individual species. The entire reef ecosystem communicates as a whole. The health of the reef is reflected in its biodiversity, its structural complexity, and its overall soundscape. A healthy reef is a noisy, vibrant place, teeming with life. A degraded reef, on the other hand, is often quieter, less diverse, and less resilient. Understanding the language of coral reefs is crucial for their conservation. By deciphering the signals that corals and other reef organisms use to communicate, we can better understand the threats they face and develop more effective strategies to protect them. For example, by monitoring the chemical signals that corals release when stressed, we can detect early signs of bleaching and take preventative measures. By restoring the structural complexity of damaged reefs, we can create more suitable habitats for reef organisms, boosting their resilience to climate change. And by reducing noise pollution in the oceans, we can ensure that baby fish can still find their way home. The language of coral reefs is complex and multifaceted, but it's also incredibly beautiful and fascinating. By learning to listen to the whispers of the ocean, we can gain a deeper appreciation for these amazing ecosystems and work to protect them for future generations. It's a conversation we need to join, a dialogue that's essential for the survival of these underwater cities. They aren't just pretty to look at. They're vital hubs of marine life, playing a crucial role in the health of our oceans and the planet as a whole. So, let's listen closely, learn their language, and become better stewards of these incredible ecosystems. Let's descend into the hidden world beneath the forest floor. A realm often overlooked but teeming with life and intelligence. The world of fungi. More specifically, we're diving into the intricate networks formed by mycelium, the thread-like bodies of fungi that weave through the soil, connecting plants and playing a vital role in the health of our ecosystems. You might think of mushrooms as the main event, but they're really just the fruiting bodies, the reproductive structures of a much larger, hidden organism. Think of an apple on a tree. The apple is just the fruit of a much larger, more complex organism. The same holds true for fungi. The real magic happens beneath the surface, in the mycelial networks. These networks aren't just a random tangle of threads. They are sophisticated communication highways, nutrient transport systems, and even defense mechanisms for the forest. Imagine a vast underground internet where trees can share resources, warn each other of danger, and even support the growth of new seedlings. It sounds like science fiction, but the evidence for fungal intelligence and interconnectedness is becoming increasingly compelling. At the heart of this hidden world is the mycelium. These microscopic filaments, often just a few micrometers wide, grow and branch out, forming a dense, interconnected web that permeates the soil. They secrete enzymes that break down organic matter, releasing nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus, which are then absorbed and transported throughout the network. This is how fungi obtain their food, by decomposing leaves, wood, and other organic debris. But their role extends far beyond simple decomposition. Mycelial networks form symbiotic relationships with the roots of most plants, creating what are known as mycorrhizae. This partnership is a win-win for both the fungi and the plants. Fungi provide the plant with essential nutrients and water, which they extract from the soil with their extensive networks. In return, the plants provide the fungi with sugars produced through photosynthesis. It's an ancient and incredibly successful partnership, one that has shaped the evolution of both plants and fungi for hundreds of millions of years. But the benefits of mycorrhizal networks extend far beyond individual plants. These networks create a complex web of connections between different plants, even different species, allowing them to communicate and share resources. This phenomenon has been dubbed the Wood Wide Web, a term that perfectly captures the interconnected nature of the forest ecosystem. Think of a tree under attack by insects. It can send chemical signals through the air, warning nearby trees of the impending danger. But it can also use the mycelial network to send signals underground, reaching trees that are further away or sheltered from the wind. These signals can trigger defensive responses in the recipient trees, such as the production of toxins or the attraction of beneficial insects that prey on the pests. Similarly, trees can use the mycelial network to share resources with each other. A large, established tree with access to plenty of sunlight can transfer sugars to a smaller, shaded seedling, helping it to grow and thrive. This is particularly important in dense forests, where seedlings often struggle to compete for light and nutrients. The mycelial network acts as a lifeline, providing them with the support they need to survive. The intelligence of fungi is not just limited to communication and resource sharing. They also exhibit remarkable problem-solving abilities. Studies have shown that mycelial networks can navigate complex mazes, find the shortest path to a food source, and even learn from experience. They seem to be able to sense their environment, adapt to changing conditions, and make decisions that optimize their survival. One fascinating experiment involved placing oat flakes, a favorite food source for fungi, at different locations within a maze. The mycelial network quickly explored the maze, mapping out the different pathways and identifying the locations of the food. It then formed a direct connection between all the oat flakes, creating a highly efficient transportation network. What's even more remarkable is that the network adapted its structure over time, thickening the connections to the most productive food sources and thinning out the connections to the less productive ones. This demonstrates a remarkable ability to learn and optimize its behavior based on experience. Another study showed that mycelial networks can anticipate future events. Researchers exposed a fungal network to a regular pulse of light, followed by a food reward. Over time, the network learned to anticipate the arrival of the food, and it would start to prepare for it even before the light pulse appeared. This suggests that fungi have a sense of time and can learn to associate events with specific temporal patterns. But how do fungi achieve these remarkable feats of intelligence? The answer likely lies in the complex electrical and chemical signaling within the mycelial network. Mycelium can transmit electrical signals similar to the nerve impulses in animals, allowing them to rapidly communicate information across long distances. They also produce a wide range of chemical compounds, including hormones, neurotransmitters, and antibiotics, which can influence the behavior of other organisms, including plants and bacteria. The discovery of fungal intelligence is revolutionizing our understanding of ecosystems and the interconnectedness of life. It challenges our anthropocentric view of intelligence and suggests that even organisms without brains can exhibit remarkable cognitive abilities. It also has important implications for agriculture, forestry, and environmental conservation. By understanding how mycelial networks function, we can develop more sustainable agricultural practices that promote soil health and reduce the need for fertilizers and pesticides. We can also use fungi to restore degraded ecosystems, cleaning up pollutants and promoting the growth of native plants. The study of fungal intelligence is still in its early stages, but the potential for discovery is immense. Explore the hidden world beneath the forest floor. We are likely to uncover even more surprising and fascinating insights into the remarkable abilities of these often overlooked organisms. They are the unsung heroes of our planet, the silent architects of our ecosystems, and the key to a more sustainable future. So, the next time you walk through a forest, take a moment to appreciate the vast hidden network that lies beneath your feet. Listen closely, and you might just hear the whispers of the wood wide web, the secret language of nature being spoken by the intelligent fungi that connect us all. It's a world of wonder, a world of mystery, and a world that holds the key to understanding the intricate web of life on Earth. All right, let's talk about something beautiful, essential, and often overlooked: pollination. More specifically, the intricate dance between flowers and insects. A conversation whispered in colors, scents, and shapes. It's a language as old as life itself, a vital exchange that sustains ecosystems and ultimately us. We often think of flowers as simply pretty decorations, but they are so much more. Each blossom is a sophisticated advertisement, meticulously crafted to attract the right clientele. They're broadcasting a message: delicious nectar and pollen available here. Come on in. But it's not a general broadcast. Each flower species is tailoring its message, using a unique combination of signals to target specific pollinators. It's a game of botanical seduction, and the stakes are incredibly high. Think of it like this: a flower needs to get its pollen, essentially its sperm, to another flower of the same species in order to reproduce. They're not mobile. They can't exactly walk over and introduce themselves. So, they enlist the help of animals primarily insects to do the job for them. This is where the dance begins. One of the most obvious ways flowers communicate is through color. But it's not just about what we see. Insects have different visual systems, and they perceive colors in ways that are often very different from us. For example, bees can see ultraviolet light, a part of the spectrum invisible to the human eye. So, a flower that appears uniformly yellow to us might have intricate patterns of UV markings that act as landing strips, guiding bees directly to the nectar. It's like a secret language written in light. Butterflies, on the other hand, tend to be attracted to bright, vibrant colors like red, orange, and yellow. They have excellent color vision and can easily spot these beacons from a distance. Moths, often active at night, are drawn to white or pale-colored flowers, which are easier to see in low light conditions. The intensity of the color is also vital. In some cases, the more intense the color, the higher the promise of reward. And it's not just the overall color, but also the patterns and shapes. Some flowers have intricate spots or lines that act as nectar guides, leading pollinators directly to the source of the sweet reward. These guides are often subtle, but they play a crucial role in directing the pollinators' movements, ensuring that they brush against the pollen-bearing structures. Beyond color, flowers use scent to attract pollinators from afar. Floral scents are complex cocktails of volatile, organic compounds, each flower species having its own unique signature fragrance. These scents can travel long distances, acting as olfactory billboards in the landscape. Bees are particularly drawn to sweet floral scents, while butterflies often prefer fragrant, musky aromas. Moths, active at night, are attracted to strong, sweet, and often spicy scents that can carry through the darkness. Some flowers even mimic the scents of other insects, attracting pollinators through deception. It's floral perfumery at its finest, a masterclass in olfactory manipulation. The shape and structure of a flower also play a crucial role in attracting and accommodating specific pollinators. Some flowers have long, tubular shapes that are perfectly suited for the long tongues of butterflies and moths. Others have broad, open faces that provide easy access for bees and insect insects. Consider the snapdragon, for example. Its intricate, closed flower requires a bee with sufficient strength to pry it open, ensuring that only the most robust pollinators gain access to its nectar. Or think of orchids, some of which have incredibly complex shapes that mimic the appearance of female insects, attracting male pollinators through sexual deception. But it's not just about attracting pollinators. Flowers also need to ensure that they collect and transfer pollen effectively. The arrangement of the stamens and pistils, the pollen-bearing and pollen-receiving structures, is carefully designed to maximize pollen transfer. Some flowers have sticky pollen that readily adheres to the bodies of visiting insects. Others have specialized structures that dust pollinators with pollen as they feed. And some even have explosive pollen release mechanisms that propel pollen onto passing insects with surprising force. The relationship between flowers and insects is not always harmonious. Some insects are nectar robbers, stealing the nectar without providing any pollination services. They might bite through the base of the flower to access the nectar, bypassing the pollen-bearing structures altogether. Flowers have evolved various strategies to defend themselves against nectar robbers, as thick petals, prickly surfaces, and even chemical defenses. It's an ongoing evolutionary arms race, with flowers and insects constantly adapting to each other's strategies. And sometimes, the pollinators aren't insects at all. While they take center stage most of the time, other animals, such as birds and bats, are also important pollinators in certain ecosystems. Hummingbirds, with their long beaks and hovering flight, are perfectly adapted to pollinating tubular flowers. Bats, active at night, are drawn to large, white, fragrant flowers that produce copious amounts of nectar. The dance of pollination is not just a beautiful spectacle, it's also a vital ecological process. Pollinators are essential for the reproduction of many of the world's plants, including many of our food crops, would collapse, and our food supply would be severely threatened. Unfortunately, pollinator populations are declining worldwide due to habitat loss, pesticide use, and climate change. This decline poses a serious threat to our ecosystems and our food security. Protecting pollinators is crucial for maintaining the health and resilience of our planet. So, the next time you see a flower, take a moment to appreciate the intricate language it's speaking. Listen to the whispers of color, scent, and shape, and recognize the vital role it plays in the dance of life. By understanding the signals between flowers and insects, we can gain a deeper appreciation for the interconnectedness of nature and the importance of protecting our pollinators. It's a dialogue that's vital for our future, a constant conversation that we must ensure continues for generations to come. All right, let's pull back the curtain on nature's masters of disguise, the champions of concealment, the artists of ambiguity. We're diving deep into the world of camouflage. Camouflage, it's more than just stripes on a zebra or spots on a leopard. It's a complex, multifaceted strategy, a language of deception spoken fluently by creatures great and small, all vying for survival in a world where being seen can mean the difference between life and death. It is a natural language of light, color, and behavior. At its core, camouflage is about avoiding detection. But the ways in which animals achieve this are incredibly diverse, shaped by their environment, their predators, and their prey. From the frozen Arctic tundra to the lush rainforest, the principles remain the same. Blend in, disappear. Become one with your surroundings. The most obvious form of camouflage is what we call background matching. This is where an animal's coloration closely resembles its typical habitat. Think of the polar bear, its white fur perfectly adapted to the snowy landscape, or the brown fur of a deer against the forest floor. These animals have evolved to match their surroundings, making them incredibly difficult to spot. But background matching isn't always about a perfect color match. It can also involve patterns that disrupt the animal's outline. This is where disruptive coloration comes in. Think of the spots of a leopard or the stripes of a zebra. These patterns break up the animal's shape, making it harder for predators to see them as a single, recognizable form. It's like trying to piece together a puzzle when some of the pieces are missing. And it's not just predators that use disruptive coloration. Many prey animals employ it as well to avoid being seen by hunters. For example, certain species of frogs have mottled patterns on their skin that make them blend seamlessly into the leaf litter on the forest floor. When it comes to survival, deception is a valuable tool, no matter which side you're on. Then, there's countershading, a subtle but highly effective form of camouflage. This is where an animal is darker on its upper surface and lighter on its underside. This might seem counterintuitive, but it actually helps to flatten the animal's appearance. Imagine a solid colored object in sunlight. The upper surface is brightly lit, while the underside is in shadow. This creates the illusion of three-dimensionality, making the object stand out. Countershading reverses this effect. The darker upper surface absorbs more light, while the lighter underside reflects more light, effectively canceling out the shadows and making the animal appear flatter and less conspicuous. Many marine animals, like sharks and dolphins, use countershading to blend into the water column, making them difficult to see from above or below. But camouflage isn't just about color and pattern. It's also about behavior. Specific behaviors to enhance their camouflage. For example, some insects will hold perfectly still, mimicking a twig or a leaf. Others will sway gently in the breeze, further enhancing the illusion. The chameleon is perhaps the most famous example of behavioral camouflage. These lizards are able to change their skin color to match their surroundings, blending seamlessly into the background. This ability is controlled by specialized cells in their skin that contain different pigments. By manipulating these cells, chameleons can create a wide range of colors and patterns, allowing them to disappear almost completely. And it's not just about blending in. This is where mimicry comes in. There are two main types of mimicry: Batesian mimicry and Mullerian mimicry. Batesian mimicry is where a harmless species evolves to resemble a harmful or distasteful one. This allows the harmless species to avoid predation by tricking predators into thinking they are dangerous. A classic example is the viceroy butterfly, which mimics the appearance of the monarch butterfly, which is poisonous to birds. Birds that have learned to avoid monarch butterflies will also avoid viceroy butterflies. Even though they are perfectly harmless. Mullerian mimicry, on the other hand, is where two or more harmful or distasteful species evolve to resemble each other. This benefits all species involved, as predators learn to avoid the shared warning signal more quickly. A good example is the many species of brightly colored poison dart frogs in the Amazon rainforest. These frogs all have similar color patterns, warning predators of their toxicity. But camouflage isn't a static strategy. It's an ongoing arms race between predators and prey, with each constantly evolving new ways to outsmart the other. This has led to some truly remarkable adaptations. For example, some insects have evolved to resemble bird droppings, a highly effective way to avoid predation. Others have evolved to resemble leaves, complete with veins and even fake damage caused by insects in the ocean. Some species of octopus are able to change their skin texture as well as their color, allowing them to blend seamlessly into coral reefs or rocky seabeds. They can even mimic the shape and movement of other animals, such as venomous sea snakes, to deter predators. The art of camouflage is a testament to the power of natural selection, a reminder that survival in the wild often depends on the ability to deceive and outwit. It's a language of light, color, pattern, and behavior, spoken fluently by the creatures that call this planet home. So, the next time you're out in nature, take a moment to look closely. You might be surprised at what you don't see. The world is full of hidden masters, camouflaged champions, all playing their part in the intricate dance of survival. Welcome back, everyone. Today, we're turning the clock back, way back, to explore a realm of time that dwarfs human history. We're diving into the fossil record, a vast, layered library of life etched in stone. Think of it as nature's own autobiography, written not in words, but in the bones, shells, and imprints of creatures long gone now. The word fossil itself comes from the Latin word fossilis, which means dug up. And that's precisely what fossils are: the preserved remains or traces of ancient life that we unearth from the earth. They're not just interesting rocks or pretty minerals. They're tangible links to our planet's deep past each one whispering stories of evolution, extinction, and the ever-changing face of our world. So, how exactly does something become a fossil? Well, it's a surprisingly rare occurrence. Most organisms decompose rapidly after death, their remains quickly returning to the earth. Fossilization requires a unique set of circumstances, a kind of perfect storm of preservation. The most common method is called permineralization. Imagine a dinosaur bone buried in sediment, like sand or mud. Over time, groundwater, rich in dissolved minerals, seeps into the porous spaces within the bone. As the water evaporates, these minerals, such as silica, calcite, or iron oxides, are left behind, filling in the gaps and hardening the bone into rock. Essentially, the original bone is gradually replaced by stone, preserving its shape and structure in incredible detail. The dance of pollination is not just a beautiful spectacle, it's also a vital ecological process. Pollinators are essential for the reproduction of many of the world's plants, including many of our food crops. Without pollinators, our ecosystems would collapse and our food supply would be severely threatened. Unfortunately, pollinator populations are declining worldwide due to habitat loss, pesticide use, and climate change. This decline poses a serious threat to our ecosystems and our food security. Protecting pollinators is crucial for maintaining the health and resilience of our planet. But the next time you see a flower, take a moment to appreciate the intricate language it's speaking. Listen to the whispers of color, scent, and shape, and recognize the vital role it plays in the dance of life. By understanding the signals between flowers and insects, we can gain a deeper appreciation for the interconnectedness of nature and the importance of protecting our pollinators. It's a dialogue that's vital for our future, a constant conversation that we must ensure continues for generations to come. All right. Ambiguity. We're diving deep into the world of camouflage. Camouflage. It's more than just stripes on a zebra or spots on a leopard. It's a complex, multifaceted strategy, a language of deception spoken fluently by creatures great and small, all vying for survival in a world where being seen can mean the difference between life and death. It is a natural language of light, color, and behavior. At its core, camouflage is about avoiding detection. But the ways in which animals achieve this are incredibly diverse, shaped by their environment, their predators, and their prey. From the frozen Arctic tundra to the lush rainforest, the principles remain the same. Blend in, disappear. Become one with your surroundings. The most obvious form of camouflage is what we call background matching. This is where an animal's coloration closely resembles its typical habitat. Think of the polar bear its white fur perfectly adapted to the snowy landscape, or the brown fur of a deer against the forest floor. These animals have evolved to match their surroundings, making them incredibly difficult to spot. But background matching isn't always about a perfect color match. It can also involve patterns that disrupt the animal's outline. This is where disruptive coloration comes in. Think of the spots of a leopard or the stripes of a zebra. These patterns break up the animal's shape, making it harder for predators to see them as a single, recognizable form. It's like trying to piece together a puzzle when some of the pieces are missing. And it's not just predators that use disruptive coloration. Many prey animals employ it as well to avoid being seen by hunters. For example, certain species of frogs have mottled patterns on their skin that make them blend seamlessly into the leaf litter on the forest floor. When it comes to survival, deception is a valuable tool, no matter which side you're on. Then, there's countershading, a subtle but highly effective form of camouflage. This is where an animal is darker on its upper surface and lighter on its underside. This might seem counterintuitive, but it actually helps to flatten the animal's appearance. Imagine a solid-colored object in sunlight. The upper surface is brightly lit, while the underside is in shadow. This creates the illusion of three-dimensionality, making the object stand out. Countershading reverses this effect. The darker upper surface absorbs more light, while the lighter underside reflects more light, effectively canceling out the shadows and making the animal appear flatter and less conspicuous. Many marine animals, like sharks and dolphins, use countershading to blend into the water column, making them difficult to see from above or below. But camouflage isn't just about color and pattern. It's also about behavior. Many animals use specific behaviors to enhance their camouflage. For example, some insects will hold perfectly still, mimicking a twig or a leaf. Others will sway gently in the breeze, further enhancing the illusion. The chameleon is perhaps the most famous example of behavioral camouflage. These lizards are able to change their skin color to match their surroundings, blending seamlessly into the background. This ability is controlled by specialized cells in their skin that contain different pigments. By manipulating these cells, chameleons can create a wide range of colors and patterns, allowing them to disappear almost completely. And it's not just about blending in. Some animals use camouflage to actively deceive their predators or prey. This is where mimicry comes in. There are two main types of mimicry: Batesian mimicry and Müllerian mimicry. Batesian mimicry is where a harmless species evolves to resemble a harmful or distasteful one. This allows the harmless species to avoid predation by tricking predators. into thinking they are dangerous. A classic example is the viceroy butterfly, which mimics the appearance of the monarch butterfly, which is poisonous to birds. Birds that have learned to avoid monarch butterflies will also avoid viceroy butterflies. Even though they are perfectly harmless, Müllerian mimicry, on the other hand, is where two or more harmful or distasteful species evolve to resemble each other. This benefits all species involved, as predators learn to avoid the shared warning signal more quickly. A good example is the many species of brightly colored poison dart frogs in the Amazon rainforest. These frogs all have similar color patterns, warning predators of their toxicity, but camouflage isn't a static strategy. It's an ongoing arms race between predators and prey, with each constantly evolving new ways to outsmart the other. This has led to some truly remarkable adaptations. For example, some insects have evolved to resemble bird droppings, a highly effective way to avoid predation. Others have evolved to resemble leaves, complete with veins and even fake damage caused by insects in the ocean. Some species of octopus are able to change their skin texture as well as their color, allowing them to blend seamlessly into coral reefs or rocky seabeds. They can even mimic the shape and movement of other animals, such as venomous sea snakes, to deter predators. The art of camouflage is a testament to the power of natural selection, a reminder that survival in the wild often depends on the ability to deceive and outwit. It's a language of light, color, pattern, and behavior, spoken fluently by the creatures that call this planet home. So, the next time you're out in nature, take a moment to look closely. You might be surprised at what you don't see. The world is full of hidden masters, camouflaged champions, all playing their part in the intricate dance of survival. Welcome back, everyone. Today, we're turning the clock back, way back, to explore a realm of time that dwarfs human history. We're diving into the fossil record, a vast, layered library of life etched in stone. Think of it as nature's own autobiography, written not in words, but in the bones, shells, and imprints of creatures long gone now. The word fossil itself comes from the Latin word fossilis, which means dug up. And that's precisely what fossils are, the preserved remains or traces of ancient life that we unearth from the earth. They're not just interesting rocks or pretty minerals. They're tangible links to our planet's deep past, each one whispering stories of evolution, extinction, and the ever-changing face of our world. So, how exactly does something become a fossil? Well, it's a surprisingly rare occurrence. Most organisms decompose rapidly after death, their remains quickly returning to the earth. Fossilization requires a unique set of circumstances, a kind of perfect storm of preservation. The most common method is called permineralization. Imagine a dinosaur bone buried in sediment like sand or mud. Over time, groundwater, rich in dissolved minerals, seeps into the porous spaces within the bone. As the water evaporates, these minerals, such as silica, calcite, or iron oxides, are left behind, filling in the gaps and hardening the bone into rock. Essentially, the original bone is gradually replaced by stone, preserving its shape and structure in incredible detail. Another process is replacement, where the original organic material is completely replaced by minerals. It's like a slow-motion swap, where the bone is dissolved away, molecule by molecule, and replaced with minerals that perfectly mimic its original form. The result is a stunningly accurate replica of the original organism, but made entirely of stone. Sometimes, instead of the actual remains, we find trace fossils. These aren't the bones or shells themselves, but rather the impressions or evidence of an organism's activity. Think of footprints, burrows, fossilized dung, known as coprolites, or even bite marks on bones. These trace fossils can tell us a wealth of information about how ancient creatures lived, moved, and interacted with their environment. And then there are the rarer forms of fossilization, like carbonization, at preserving plant material. When a plant is buried under sediment, pressure and heat drive off the volatile components, leaving behind a thin film of carbon that outlines the plant's shape. These carbonized fossils can be incredibly detailed, preserving even the delicate venation of leaves. Occasionally, we find fossils preserved in amber, which is fossilized tree resin. Insects, small reptiles, and even feathers can become trapped in this sticky substance. Over millions of years, the resin hardens into amber, encasing the organism in a perfectly preserved time capsule. It's like looking through a window into the ancient past. Now, where do we find these incredible relics of ancient life? Fossils are found all over the world, in sedimentary rocks of all ages. The key is to look in areas where erosion has exposed these ancient layers. Riverbanks, cliffs, quarries, and even road cuts can be treasure troves of fossils, waiting to be discovered. Paleontologists, the scientists who study fossils, are like detectives, meticulously piecing together the clues left behind by ancient life. They carefully excavate fossils, clean them, identify them, and then study them to learn about the organism's anatomy, behavior, and environment. The fossil record is not a complete record, mind you. Fossilization is a rare event, and many organisms simply never had the chance to become fossils. There are gaps and biases in the record, favoring organisms with hard parts like bones and shells, and those that lived in environments where fossilization was more likely. However, despite its incompleteness, the fossil record provides invaluable insights into the history of life on Earth. It shows us how life has changed over time, how new species have evolved, and how entire groups of organisms have gone extinct. It allows us to trace the ancestry of modern species and to understand the relationships between different groups of organisms. The fossil record also provides crucial evidence for understanding past environments and climates. By studying the types of fossils found in a particular rock layer, paleontologists can reconstruct the ancient ecosystem, determining what the climate was like, what plants and animals lived there, and how they interacted with each other. Think of the famous Burgess Shale in British Columbia, Canada. This site preserves an incredibly diverse array of soft-bodied organisms from the Cambrian period, over 500 million years ago. These fossils provide a unique glimpse into a time when life on Earth was undergoing a period of rapid diversification, known as the Cambrian explosion, or consider the La Brea tar pits in Los Angeles, California. These natural asphalt deposits have trapped and preserved thousands of ice-aged mammals, including saber-toothed cats, mammoths, and dire wolves. These fossils provide a detailed picture of the fauna that roamed North America during the last ice age. The fossil record is a testament to the power of evolution, the process by which life on Earth has diversified and adapted over millions of years. It shows us that life is not static, but rather a dynamic and ever-changing process. And it reminds us that we are all part of a long and interconnected history, a story that began billions of years ago and continues to unfold today. A tangible link to the incredible story of life on Earth. A story written in stone, waiting to be read. Imagine standing on a vast, dark plain, far from any city lights. Above you, the cosmos unfolds in its full glory, a breathtaking tapestry of stars, planets, and distant galaxies. For millennia, humans have gazed at this celestial spectacle, seeking meaning, guidance, and connection. But what if I told you that this connection is far more profound than mere philosophical musings? What if the language of the stars is subtly, yet powerfully, influencing life right here on Earth? We often think of Earth as an isolated sphere, orbiting the sun in the vast emptiness of space. But the reality is far more nuanced. Our planet is constantly bombarded with energy and particles from the cosmos, a cosmic conversation that shapes our environment and, perhaps, even our biology. To understand the language of the stars, we need to tune into these subtle signals and decipher their meaning. Let's start with the most obvious celestial influence, the sun, our star, is the engine of life on Earth, providing the energy that drives photosynthesis, warms our planet, and creates the conditions necessary for liquid water to exist. The sun's daily rhythm dictates our day-night cycle, influencing our sleep patterns, hormone production, and countless other biological processes. But the sun's influence extends far beyond this simple daily cycle. The sun is a dynamic and variable star, undergoing cycles of activity that can dramatically impact Earth every 11 years. The sun goes through a cycle of increasing and decreasing solar activity, characterized by the appearance and disappearance of sunspots, dark areas on the sun's surface that are associated with intense magnetic fields. During periods of high solar activity, the sun emits more energy and particles into space, increasing the intensity of the solar wind. This solar wind, stream of charged particles constantly flowing from the sun, interacts with Earth's magnetic field, creating spectacular auroras, the northern and southern lights. But the solar wind can also disrupt our technological infrastructure, causing power outages, damaging satellites, and interfering with radio communications. So, the sun's activity, even at a distance of 93 million miles, can have tangible and immediate effects on our lives beyond the sun. Other stars also play a role in shaping our cosmic environment. Although their influence is far weaker than the sun's, distant stars contribute to the background radiation that permeates the universe. This radiation, known as cosmic rays, consists of high-energy particles that can penetrate Earth's atmosphere and even reach the surface. Cosmic rays are thought to originate from supernova explosions, the cataclysmic deaths of massive stars. When a star explodes as a supernova, it releases a tremendous amount of energy, accelerating particles to near the speed of light. These particles then travel across vast distances, eventually reaching Earth. While cosmic rays are relatively rare, they can have significant effects. They can damage DNA, potentially contributing to mutations and evolutionary changes. They can also influence cloud formation, potentially affecting Earth's climate. So, even the faint whispers of distant stars can have a subtle but measurable impact on our planet. But the language of the stars extends beyond just energy and particles. Gravity, the fundamental force that governs the motion of celestial objects, also plays a crucial role in shaping Earth's environment. The Moon, our nearest celestial neighbor, exerts a significant gravitational pull on Earth, creating tides in our oceans. These tides have a profound impact on coastal ecosystems, influencing the distribution of marine life, the erosion of shorelines, and the mixing of nutrients in the water. The moon's gravity also stabilizes Earth's axial tilt, preventing extreme climate variations over long timescales. Without the moon, Earth's climate would be far more chaotic and unpredictable. Even the distant planets in our solar system exert a subtle gravitational influence on Earth, perturbing our orbit and affecting the distribution of energy across our planet. These subtle gravitational tugs can influence long-term climate cycles, contributing to ice ages and other major shifts in Earth's environment. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of the connection between Earth and the cosmos is the possibility of panspermia, the idea that life originated elsewhere in the universe and was transported to Earth by comets or asteroids. While this idea is still highly speculative, it raises the tantalizing possibility that life on Earth is not unique, but rather part of a larger cosmic web of life. Comets and asteroids, remnants from the formation of our solar system, are known to contain organic molecules, the building blocks of life. Some scientists believe that these molecules could have been delivered to Earth billions of years ago, seeding our planet with the ingredients necessary for life to emerge. While we don't yet have definitive proof of panspermia, the discovery of organic molecules in meteorites and comets suggests that the universe is teeming with the raw materials for life. This raises the profound question of whether life is a rare and precious phenomenon, or whether it is a more common and widespread occurrence in the cosmos. So, the language of the stars is not just a metaphorical expression. It's a real and tangible connection between Earth and the universe, a constant exchange of energy, particles, and gravitational forces that shapes our planet and influences life. By tuning into these subtle signals and deciphering their meaning, we can gain a deeper understanding of our place in the cosmos and the intricate web of connections that bind us to the stars. It calls us to look up, to wonder, and to understand that we are all, in a very real sense, children of the universe. The next time you gaze at the night sky, remember that you're not just looking at distant points of light. You're witnessing a cosmic conversation, a subtle but powerful dialogue between Earth and the stars. A dialogue that has shaped our planet and continues to influence our lives in ways we are only beginning to understand. The cosmos is not separate from us, an integral part of our being. We are, after all, made of star stuff. All right, gather round, fellow nature enthusiasts. Let's sharpen our senses and delve into the oft-overlooked art of observation. Because nature, my friends, is a master storyteller, constantly whispering secrets to those who know how to listen. It's not just about seeing a bird or hearing a stream. It's about understanding what the bird's song means, what the stream's flow reveals. It's about becoming fluent in the language of the wild dot. So, where do we even begin? Well, the first step is simple. Slow down. In our fast-paced, screen-obsessed lives, we've become accustomed to rushing through experiences, barely registering the details. Nature demands patience. It rewards those who take the time to truly see and hear. Find a quiet spot away from the noise of civilization. It could be a forest, a park, even your own backyard. Close your eyes for a moment. Take a deep breath. What do you smell? Is it the earthy aroma of damp soil, the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers, or the crisp scent of pine needles? Each smell tells a story. The damp soil hints at recent rain. The flowers announce the arrival of pollinators. The pine needles speak of ancient forests. Now, open your eyes, but don't just glance around. Really look. Notice the subtle variations in color, the different shades of green in the leaves, the intricate patterns on a butterfly's wings, the way sunlight filters through the canopy. Each detail is a clue. The color of a leaf can indicate its age, its health, or the amount of sunlight it receives. The patterns on a butterfly's wings might be camouflage, a warning signal, or simply a beautiful work of art. And of course, there's the auditory world. Nature's symphony is far more complex than just birdsong. Listen closely. Can you hear the rustling of leaves in the wind, the buzzing of insects, the distant call of a hawk? Each sound has a meaning. The rustling leaves might indicate an approaching storm. The buzzing insects could be busy pollinators, or perhaps a sign of decaying matter. The hawk's call could be a warning to its rivals, or a signal to its mate. But observation isn't just about passively receiving sensory input. It's about actively engaging with the environment, asking questions, and seeking answers. Why is that tree leaning to one side? Why are those ants marching in a straight line? Why is that bird building its nest in that particular spot? Let's talk about the subtle signs animals leave behind. Animal tracks, for example, are like footprints in the sands of time, revealing the comings and goings of creatures we might never otherwise see. Learn to distinguish between the tracks of a deer, a rabbit, a fox, and a squirrel. Consider the size, the shape, the pattern of the tracks. Are they fresh, indicating a recent passage, or old, suggesting the animal passed by days or even weeks ago? Scat or animal droppings might seem like an unsavory topic, but it's a treasure trove of information. The size, shape, and contents of scat can reveal what an animal has been eating, its health, and even its territory. A pile of rabbit pellets tells a different story than a scat filled with bones and fur, which suggests a predator is nearby. And don't forget about the impact animals have on their environment. Scratches on a tree trunk might be the work of a bear marking its territory. A disturbed patch of soil could be the sign of a badger digging for grubs. But observation extends beyond the animal kingdom. Plants, too, have stories to tell. The shape of a leaf, the color of a flower, the texture of the bark, all these details can provide clues about a plant's identity, its habitat, and its relationship to the surrounding environment. Learn to identify common trees by their leaves and bark. Notice how different plants thrive in different conditions. Some prefer sunny, dry locations, while others prefer shady, moist areas. Observe how plants respond to the changing seasons. The timing of bud burst, flowering, and leaf fall can tell you a lot about the local climate and the overall health of the ecosystem. Even seemingly inanimate objects like rocks and soil can reveal secrets about the past. The type of rock can tell you about the geological history of the area. The color and texture of the soil can indicate its fertility and its suitability for different types of plants. Look for signs of erosion, weathering, and other natural processes that have shaped the landscape over time. Now, here's a trick. Use all your senses in conjunction. The damp earth smell after rain is much more intense and informative than simply recognizing the wet sensation. Pair a bird's call with its visual form and the surrounding foliage to better understand its habitat and behavior. Observe how the wind affects the leaves while simultaneously listening to the sounds it creates. The more you practice, the more attuned you'll become to the subtle signs of nature. You'll start to notice patterns, connections, and relationships that you never saw before. You'll begin to understand the intricate web of life that connects all living things. And most importantly, you'll develop a deeper appreciation for the beauty, complexity, and resilience of the natural world. Remember, nature's language is not always spoken in a clear, obvious voice. It's a language of whispers, of subtle cues, of hidden meanings. But with patience, practice, and a willingness to learn, you can become fluent in this language and unlock the secrets of the wild. So, go forth, explore, and observe. Let nature be your teacher, and let the world around you be your classroom. The more you learn to see and hear, the more you'll realize that nature has an endless supply of stories to tell, waiting to be discovered. Have you ever found yourself lost in thought, gazing at a vast landscape and feeling a sense of peace settle over you? Or perhaps you've been captivated by the intricate dance of a bee collecting pollen, or the rhythmic crashing of waves against the shore. These moments, when we truly connect with nature, can be incredibly powerful, offering solace, inspiration, and a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us. But how exactly do we tap into this wellspring of wisdom? How do we learn to listen to and understand the subtle languages of the natural world? Connecting with nature isn't just about taking a walk in the park or going on a camping trip, although those are certainly great starting points. It's about cultivating a mindful awareness, a conscious effort to observe, listen, and engage with our surroundings on a deeper level. It's about slowing down, silencing the noise of our busy lives, and opening ourselves up to the subtle cues and signals that nature is constantly sending our way. One of the most effective ways to connect. Instead of simply passing through a natural environment, take the time to truly see it. Focus on the details, the texture of the bark on a tree, the intricate patterns on a butterfly's wings, the way the sunlight filters through the leaves. Notice the different shades of green, the way the wind rustles through the grass, the scent of the earth after a rain shower. Engage your senses. Close your eyes and listen to the symphony of sounds around you. The chirping of birds, the buzzing of insects, the rustling of leaves, the gentle flow of a stream. Feel the warmth of the sun on your skin, the coolness of the breeze, the soft texture of moss beneath your feet. Breathe deeply and savor the fresh, clean air. As you observe, try to move beyond simply identifying what you're seeing or hearing. Instead, ask yourself questions. What is this plant's role in the ecosystem? What can I learn from the way this animal moves and behaves? What stories does this landscape tell about the history of the earth? Nature journaling can be a powerful tool for deepening your connection with the natural world. Take a notebook and pen with you on your outdoor excursions and record your observations, thoughts, and feelings. Sketch the plants and animals you see. Describe the colors and textures you notice, and write about the sounds and smells that fill the air. Don't worry about being an artist or a writer. The goal isn't to create a masterpiece, but to simply slow down, pay attention, and express your connection with nature in a creative way. Over time, your nature journal will become a treasured record of your experiences, a tangible reminder of the beauty and wonder that surrounds us. Another way to connect with nature's wisdom is to learn about the specific ecosystems and environments you're exploring. Research the local flora and fauna. Learn about the geological history of the area, and understand the ecological processes that shape the landscape. The more you know about a particular place, the more deeply you'll be able to appreciate its unique characteristics and the intricate relationships that exist within it. Consider volunteering for local conservation organization or participating in a citizen science project. By contributing to the preservation and understanding of natural environments, you'll not only be making a positive impact on the world, but you'll also be deepening your own connection with nature. But connecting with nature isn't just about intellectual understanding or scientific knowledge. It's also about fostering a sense of emotional connection, a feeling of belonging and interconnectedness with all living things. Spend time in nature, simply being present, without any agenda or expectation. Find a quiet spot to sit or lie down and allow yourself to relax and unwind. Let go of your worries and anxieties and simply soak in the beauty and tranquility of your surroundings as you relax. Try to imagine yourself as part of the natural world, connected to the earth beneath your feet, the air around you, and all the plants and animals that share this planet with you. Feel the energy of life flowing through you, connecting you to everything that exists. Many cultures throughout history have recognized the spiritual significance of nature, viewing it as a source of wisdom, guidance, and healing. Consider exploring these traditions and finding practices that resonate with you. Whether it's meditation, yoga, or simply spending time in quiet contemplation, these practices can help you cultivate a deeper sense of connection with the natural world and tap into its transformative power. The wisdom of nature is not always easy to decipher. It requires patience, humility, and a willingness to learn. But the rewards of connecting with nature are immeasurable. By opening ourselves up to the subtle languages of the natural world, we can gain a deeper understanding of ourselves, our place in the universe, and the interconnectedness of all living things. We can find solace in times of stress, inspiration in times of doubt, and a renewed sense of hope for the future. So, the next time you find yourself feeling lost or overwhelmed, take a walk in the woods, sit by a river, or simply gaze at the stars. Allow yourself to be guided by the wisdom of nature, and you may be surprised at what you discover. The earth has been around for billions of years and has plenty to teach us. If we choose to listen, ultimately, connecting with nature is a deeply personal journey. There's no right or wrong way to do it. The key is to find practices and activities that resonate with you and that allow you to cultivate a deeper sense of connection with the natural world. And remember, even small acts of connection can have a profound impact. Whether it's planting a tree, tending a garden, or simply taking a few moments each day to appreciate the beauty of your surroundings, every effort to connect with nature is a step in the right direction. By embracing the wisdom of nature, we can not only enrich our own lives, but also contribute to the preservation and protection of this precious planet for generations to come. It's time to listen to what nature is telling us. All right. Let's turn our attention to something incredibly important. Something that affects every single one of us and every living thing on this planet. The fragility of ecosystems and the profound impact of human activities. Now, we often talk about nature as this powerful, resilient force, and it is, in many ways. But ecosystems, these intricate webs of life, are also surprisingly delicate. They're like a beautifully woven tapestry where each thread represents a species, a habitat, or a natural process. And when we start pulling at those threads, the whole fabric can begin to unravel. Human activities, from agriculture and industry to urbanization and resource extraction, have a far-reaching and often devastating impact on ecosystems around the world. And while it's tempting to think of these impacts as isolated events confined to specific locations, the reality is that everything is connected. Ecosystems are interconnected, and changes in one area can have ripple effects that spread across continents and even oceans. One of the most significant ways we impact ecosystems is through habitat destruction. As our population grows and our demand for resources increases, we clear forests, drain wetlands, and pave over grasslands to make way for farms, cities, and infrastructure. This habitat loss is a major driver of biodiversity loss as animals and plants lose their homes and they're unable to find the resources they need to survive. Imagine a lush rainforest, teeming with life, home to countless species of insects, birds, mammals, and reptiles. Now, picture a logging company moving in, clearing vast swaths of forest for timber. Suddenly, the animals that depended on that forest for food and shelter are displaced. Their populations dwindle, and some may even face extinction. The forest itself loses its ability to regulate water cycles, prevent soil erosion, and absorb carbon dioxide, contributing to climate change. And it's not just large-scale habitat destruction that's the problem. Even seemingly small changes, too. The landscape can have significant impacts. Building a road through a forest, for example, can fragment habitats, isolating populations of animals and making it difficult for them to find mates or migrate to new areas. Another major threat to ecosystems is pollution. We release a vast array of pollutants into the air, water, and soil. From industrial chemicals and pesticides to plastic waste and greenhouse gases. These pollutants can contaminate habitats, poison wildlife, and disrupt natural processes. Consider the impact of plastic pollution on our oceans. Millions of tons of plastic waste enter the ocean every year, much of it ending up in massive garbage patches that circulate in the currents. Marine animals ingest this plastic, mistaking it for food, which can lead to starvation, injury, and death. Plastic also breaks down into microplastics, tiny particles that can accumulate in the food chain, potentially affecting human health as well. And then there's air pollution, which can damage forests, acidify lakes and streams, and contribute to respiratory problems in humans and animals. Industrial emissions, vehicle exhaust, and agricultural practices all release pollutants into the atmosphere, impacting ecosystems far from the source of the pollution, climate change. Driven by the burning of fossil fuels and deforestation, is perhaps the greatest threat facing ecosystems today. As global temperatures rise, weather patterns become more erratic, and sea levels rise, ecosystems are struggling to adapt. Coral reefs are bleaching, glaciers are melting, and forests are becoming more vulnerable to wildfires and insect infestations. The impacts of climate change are already being felt around the world. In the Arctic, sea ice is disappearing at an alarming rate, threatening the survival of polar bears and other ice-dependent species. In the Amazon rainforest, droughts are becoming more frequent and severe, increasing the risk of wildfires and deforestation. And in coastal areas, rising sea levels are inundating wetlands and threatening human communities. Overexploitation of resources is another. Significant pressure on ecosystems. Overfishing, for example, can deplete fish populations, disrupting marine food webs and harming seabirds and marine mammals that depend on those fish for food. Unsustainable logging practices can lead to deforestation, soil erosion, and loss of biodiversity. And the extraction of minerals and fossil fuels can damage habitats, pollute water sources, and contribute to climate change. Another factor we need to consider is the introduction of invasive species. When animals or plants are introduced to a new environment, they can outcompete native species for resources, prey on native animals, and spread diseases. Invasive species can disrupt ecosystems, alter habitats, and drive native species to extinction. Think of the zebra mussels in the Great Lakes, or the Burmese pythons in the Everglades. These are just a couple of examples of how invasive species can wreak havoc on ecosystem. The consequences of ecosystem degradation are far-reaching. Loss of biodiversity, decline in ecosystem services, increased vulnerability to natural disasters, and threats to human health and well-being are just some of the potential impacts. When we damage ecosystems, we're not just harming wildlife and the environment. We're also undermining our own future. Ecosystem services like clean air and water, pollination of crops, and regulation of climate are essential for human survival. And when ecosystems are degraded, these services are compromised, leading to economic losses, health problems, and social instability. But it's not all doom and gloom. There is still hope. We have the knowledge, the tools, and the capacity to protect and restore ecosystems. But it requires a fundamental shift in our thinking and our actions. We need to move away from a model of unsustainable consumption and towards a more sustainable and equitable way of living. Conservation efforts, such as protecting endangered species, restoring degraded habitats, and promoting sustainable agriculture, can help to mitigate the impacts of human activities on ecosystems, reducing our carbon footprint, transitioning to renewable energy sources, and adopting more sustainable lifestyles can help to combat climate change. And implementing stricter regulations on pollution, overexploitation of resources, and invasive species can help to protect ecosystems from further damage. Ultimately, protecting the fragility of ecosystems is not just an environmental issue. It's a social, economic, and ethical imperative. It's about recognizing our interconnectedness with nature, appreciating the value of biodiversity, and ensuring a healthy and sustainable future for all. We need to be mindful of our actions, making conscious choices that minimize our impact on the planet. Every small step counts, from reducing our consumption to supporting sustainable businesses to advocating for environmental policies. We all have a role to play in protecting the Earth's precious ecosystems. Because if we don't, who will? We've journeyed through the symphony of the natural world, tuning our ears to the whispers of animals, deciphering the geological narratives etched in stone, and understanding the cyclical rhythms that pulse through our planet. We've explored the glowing languages of the deep, the intricate partnerships woven into the fabric of ecosystems, and the chemical vocabularies of plants. We've followed ancient migratory routes, interpreted the climate clues held within ice, trees, and oceans, and marveled at the ingenuity of seed dispersal. We've cracked the codes of coral reefs, delved into the intelligence of fungi, and witnessed the delicate dance of pollination. We've studied the art of camouflage, unearthed the fossil record, and pondered our connection to the cosmos. Through it all, we've hopefully awakened a deeper appreciation for the intricate tapestry of life and the countless languages that sustain it. But this appreciation must extend beyond mere intellectual curiosity. It must translate into action. For these natural languages, these vital forms of communication and expression are under threat, and their loss would be catastrophic, not just for the ecosystems they support, but for our own understanding of the world and our place within it. Human activities are disrupting and silencing these languages at an alarming rate. Habitat destruction, pollution, climate change, overexploitation. These are all blunt instruments that are shredding the delicate threads of communication that bind the natural world together. When forests are cleared, the intricate web of fungal networks that supports plant life is severed, silencing the underground conversations that nourish entire ecosystems. When pollution clouds the air and water, the chemical signals that animals use to communicate are masked, disrupting mating rituals, migration patterns, and predator-prey relationships. When the climate changes, the timing of natural cycles is thrown into disarray, disrupting the synchrony of pollination and migration, and silencing the seasonal cues that guide life's rhythms. The consequences of this silencing are far-reaching. As these natural languages fade, ecosystems become less resilient, less diverse, and less able to adapt to change. The intricate web of life begins to unravel. And the services that these ecosystems provide, clean air and water, pollination, climate regulation, are compromised. We are, in effect, sawing off the branch we are sitting on, but it's not too late to change course. We have the knowledge, the tools, and the resources to protect and restore these natural languages. What we need now is the will, the commitment, and the collective action to make it happen. Conservation is not just about preserving pristine wilderness areas, although that is certainly important. It's about integrating nature into our daily lives, about finding ways to live more sustainably and harmoniously with the natural world. It's about recognizing that we are not separate from nature, but an integral part of it, and that our fate is inextricably linked to its health and well-being. So, what can we do? The answer is multifaceted. But here are a few key steps we can take. Protect and restore habitats. This means supporting efforts to conserve forests, wetlands, coral reefs, and other critical ecosystems. It means advocating for responsible land use policies that minimize habitat destruction and fragmentation. It also means actively restoring degraded habitats, replanting forests, cleaning up polluted waterways, and removing invasive species. Reduce pollution. We need to drastically reduce our reliance on fossil fuels and transition to cleaner, renewable energy sources. We need to minimize our use of plastics and other pollutants that contaminate our air, water, and soil. We need to adopt sustainable agricultural practices that reduce the use of pesticides and fertilizers. Asterisk, asterisk. Combat climate change. Asterisk, asterisk. This is arguably the most pressing challenge facing our planet. We need to support policies that reduce greenhouse gas emissions, promote energy efficiency, and invest in renewable energy technologies. We also need to adapt to the impacts of climate change that are already being felt such as rising sea levels, extreme weather events, and changes in species distribution, promote sustainable consumption. We need to be mindful of the products we buy and the impact they have on the environment. We need to choose products that are made from sustainable materials, that are produced in an environmentally responsible manner, and that are durable and long-lasting. We also need to reduce our consumption of meat and other resource-intensive products, educate and inspire. One of the most powerful things we can do is to educate ourselves and others about the importance of biodiversity and the threats it faces. We need to share our knowledge and passion for nature with our friends, family, and communities. We need to inspire others to take action and become advocates for conservation. Asterisk, asterisk. Support scientific research. Asterisk, asterisk. Continued research is vital to understanding the complexities of natural systems and developing effective conservation strategies. Funding scientific research that focuses on understanding and preserving Earth's biodiversity is an investment in our own future. Protecting the Earth's natural languages is not just an environmental issue. It's a moral imperative. We have a responsibility to future generations to leave them a planet that is healthy, vibrant, and teeming with life. A planet where the whispers of the wild can still be heard, where the geological narratives are still being written, and where the symphony of nature continues to play on. Let us embrace this challenge with open hearts and minds, and let us work together to ensure that the Earth's natural languages are not silenced, but amplified for generations to come. The time to act is now. The future of our planet and our own survival depends on it. Let the symphony continue. All right, explorers. Let's peer into the crystal ball and envision the future of understanding nature's intricate languages. For millennia, we've relied on our senses, observation, and deduction, slowly piecing together the puzzle of the natural world. But now, we stand at the cusp of a technological revolution, a moment where our ability to decipher nature's secrets is about to leap forward exponentially. Imagine a world where we can eavesdrop on the silent conversations of trees, predict the precise migratory patterns of endangered species, or even anticipate volcanic eruptions with pinpoint accuracy. This isn't science fiction, folks. It's the very real potential unfolding before us, driven by a confluence of groundbreaking technologies. First, let's talk about sensors, the unsung heroes of modern scientific discovery. We're not just talking about basic thermometers and barometers anymore. We're talking about miniaturized, ultra-sensitive sensors that can detect everything from subtle changes in soil moisture to the faintest traces of pollutants in the air. These sensors, deployed in vast networks across diverse ecosystems, are constantly gathering data, painting a comprehensive picture of environmental conditions in real-time. Think of it as giving nature a voice, amplifying its whispers into a chorus of data points. We can use these sensors to monitor the health of coral reefs, tracking changes in water temperature, acidity, and nutrient levels, giving us early warnings of impending coral bleaching events. Or imagine deploying seismic sensors around a volcano, detecting subtle shifts in the Earth's crust that could indicate an imminent eruption, giving communities valuable time to prepare and evacuate. But data alone is useless without the ability to process and interpret it. That's where artificial intelligence and machine learning come into play. These powerful algorithms can sift through massive datasets, identifying patterns and anomalies that would be impossible for humans to detect. They can learn to recognize the subtle signs of stress in a forest, predicting outbreaks of disease or insect infestations before they even become visible to the naked eye. Think about the possibilities for wildlife conservation. By analyzing the sounds of the rainforest, AI can identify individual animal species, track their movements, and even detect signs of poaching activity. To prioritize conservation efforts and protect the most vulnerable species. Drones, too, are transforming the way we study the natural world. These aerial robots can access remote and inaccessible areas, providing high-resolution images and videos of ecosystems that were previously beyond our reach. They can be equipped with a variety of sensors to monitor vegetation, health, track animal populations, and even map the three-dimensional structure of forests, giving us a bird's-eye view of the intricate workings of nature. Imagine using drones to survey the melting glaciers of the Arctic, capturing detailed images of the ice surface and tracking the rate of ice loss with unprecedented accuracy. Or picture deploying drones to monitor the health of mangrove forests, which play a vital role in protecting coastal communities from storms and erosion. Genomics. The study of an organism's complete set of genes is another field that is revolutionizing our understanding of nature. By sequencing the DNA of plants, animals, and microorganisms, we can gain insights into their evolutionary history, their adaptations to their environment, and their susceptibility to disease. Metagnomics takes this a step further, allowing us to study the genetic material of entire communities of organisms, even those that are difficult or impossible to culture in the lab. This is particularly useful for studying the microbiome, the vast community of bacteria, fungi, and viruses that live in and on our bodies and play a critical role in our health. Imagine using genomics to identify the genes that allow certain plants to thrive in harsh environments, such as deserts or salt marshes. We could then use this information to develop crops that are more resistant to drought and salinity, helping to ensure food security in a changing climate. But perhaps the most exciting development in the field of nature decoding is the emergence of bioacoustics. This field uses sound to study and monitor the natural world. From the songs of birds, to the calls of whales, to the rustling of leaves in the wind. By recording and analyzing these sounds, we can gain insights into the behavior, distribution, and health of different species and ecosystems. Imagine deploying underwater microphones to listen to the sounds of coral reefs. By analyzing the acoustic signatures of different species of fish and invertebrates, we can assess the health and biodiversity of the reef. Or picture using acoustic sensors to monitor the movements of bats in a forest, tracking their foraging behavior and identifying areas that are important for their survival. As we embrace these new technologies, it's crucial to remember that they are simply tools. The real challenge lies in using them wisely and ethically, ensuring that our pursuit of knowledge doesn't come at the expense of the natural world we are trying to understand. We need to be mindful of the potential impacts of these technologies on ecosystems and wildlife. And we need to ensure that the data we collect is used to promote conservation and sustainability. The future of understanding nature is not just about technology, it's about collaboration. It's about bringing together scientists, engineers, policymakers, and local communities to work together to solve the pressing environmental challenges of our time. It's about fostering a deeper appreciation for the interconnectedness of all living things and recognizing that our own well-being is inextricably linked to the health of the planet. By combining our human ingenuity with the power of technology, we can unlock the secrets of nature's languages and create a more sustainable and harmonious future for all. The symphony of nature awaits, and we are now equipped with the instruments to truly listen. This is more than just scientific advancement. It's about deepening our connection to the world around us, fostering empathy, and becoming better stewards of our planet. It's a new chapter, and we're just beginning to write it. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast forest. The air thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. Sunlight filters through the canopy, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns of light and shadow. It's a scene of undeniable beauty, but also one that hints at something deeper, something more profound. Because nature isn't just a collection of pretty pictures. It's a language, a complex and interwoven tapestry of communication that we're only just beginning to understand. And learning to speak that language, to truly listen to the whispers of the wild, is the key to living in harmony with the planet. For centuries, we've approached nature with a sense of dominance, viewing it as a resource to be exploited, a force to be conquered. We've built our cities, plowed our fields, and reshaped the landscape to suit our needs, often without considering the consequences. But the truth is, we are inextricably linked to the natural world. We are a part of it, not separate from it. And our well-being depends on the health and vitality of the ecosystems around us. So, how do we begin to learn the secret language of nature? It starts with observation, with paying attention to the details that we often overlook. The rustling of leaves in the wind, the flight path of a bird, the changing colors of the sky. These are all clues, subtle messages that nature is constantly sending us. But to decipher these messages, we need to cultivate a sense of awareness, a willingness to slow down and truly listen. Think about the way animals communicate. Birds use songs and calls to attract mates, warn of danger, and establish territory. Wolves howl to coordinate hunts and maintain social bonds. Even insects communicate through chemical signals, leaving trails of pheromones to guide others to food sources. These are not just random noises or behaviors. They are sophisticated forms of communication, each with its own unique meaning and purpose. And it's not just animals that communicate. Plants also have their own language, albeit one that is far more subtle. They can release chemicals into the air to warn neighboring plants of impending threats, such as insect infestations. They can even communicate with fungi through underground networks, exchanging nutrients and information. The forest, in essence, is a vast, interconnected web of communication, a symphony of silent voices that we are only just beginning to hear. Understanding these intricate relationships is crucial for building a more sustainable future. When we disrupt the natural balance, when we destroy habitats and pollute the environment, we are not just harming other species. We are also harming ourselves. We are disrupting the delicate web of life that sustains us all. Consider the impact of deforestation. When we clear forests, we not only destroy the homes of countless animals and plants, but we also disrupt the water cycle, contribute to climate change, and erode the soil. These are all consequences that ultimately affect us, leading to increased flooding, droughts, and food shortages. Or think about the overuse of pesticides. While these chemicals may protect crops in the short term, they can also harm beneficial insects, pollute waterways, and even contaminate our food supply. These unintended consequences that can have far-reaching effects on both human and ecological health. Living in accordance with nature's secret. Language means making conscious choices that minimize our impact on the environment. It means reducing our consumption, conserving resources, and supporting sustainable practices. It means choosing to live in harmony with the natural world, rather than trying to dominate it. It also means embracing a sense of humility, acknowledging that we don't have all the answers and that there is still much that we can learn from nature. Indigenous cultures around the world have long recognized the importance of living in balance with the environment. They have developed sophisticated systems of knowledge and practice that are based on a deep understanding of the natural world. We can learn a great deal from these traditions, incorporating their wisdom into our own approaches to conservation and sustainability. Ultimately, learning the secret language of nature is about cultivating a deeper connection with the planet. It's about recognizing that we are all interconnected, that our actions have consequences, and that the future of humanity depends on our ability to live in harmony with the natural world. So, the next time you step outside, take a moment to truly listen. Listen to the wind rustling through the trees, the birds singing in the branches, the insects buzzing in the grass. Pay attention to the subtle details that often go unnoticed. For in those details lies a wealth of knowledge, a secret language that can guide us towards a more sustainable and fulfilling future. Let's learn to listen and respond, not with the arrogance of conquerors, but with the humility and respect of students eager to learn the profound lessons that nature has to offer. It's a journey of continuous discovery, a path towards a deeper understanding of our place within the grand symphony of life.